Someone's is downstairs, so he can deal.
Funny joke.
I know.
Sorry, was that mean?
No.
I'm not a petty person, except sometimes with like 3 people.
Mm-hmm.
Some people just fucking deserve it, though.
Be inclined to agree. Oh my god, Hildebrand is trending on Twitter.
My Twitter's been an interesting place today.
Mm-hmm.
But anyway. Twitter's weird, so are we. Segue.
Hi, hello, we're here.
We are somewhere.
Yeah.
Yes.
The next time, the next session, Fern will be older.
Yes, I will be.
Uh-huh.
I will be. Very much so.
I mean, not that much older, Jesus.
I don't know. He's creeping up to me in years.
I mean, that's kind of also not possible because the age gap isn't shifting.
No, because
That's not how age works with her.
let me explain.
Please explain to the time wizard how time works.
Suck my fucking asshole.
Present it.
Fern's like the one person that I shouldn't say that shit to because I'm never 100% sure with him.
We're on this energy tonight.
We are, because we're bracing for more other energy. I hope not.
Tacos,
I hope not. I just want to be happy.
tacos and pizza.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
Antidepressants.
But yes, I did a thing during the week. Not including the RP that I did with everyone, but for the people who are streaming, they now have access to all of the commissions in game, with all of the tags for the people who did the commissions for us, so that they can show them off so wonderfully. Because we have some really sexy art pieces that have been done by some very talented people. We also obviously tweeted out on our Twitters, so gonna have a look, show some love, please, because they make fucking incredible art, all of them, beautiful. I just have like every piece of art is just like a step up, and I just have like a huge appreciation for the fact that we actually have art for our game. It's great.
Yeah.
Makes me
It's
happy.
great. Yeah, me too. I can't remember if we actually spoke about you putting for the group piece on the waitlist with her, but
We did not firmly cement, so I have not yet.
okay, but that's in the works. There's a suggestion for a new group piece coming soon-ish, which I'm really, really excited about. Yes.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's anything huge to talk about. I mean, obviously there was the bonus mini session last weekend with Wither and Some for Rex and Tan, which was obviously really heavy and emotional, and we all cried, and it was just a big old time.
Fern's over here smiling like he's not fucking next.
You can try. I'm sure you guys will. But remember.
I'm a vengeance paladin, man.
Don't worry,
Are you gonna take vengeance on your feelings? I'm sorry, what?
I fucking might.
Don't worry, I cemented a few things today that will stir the waters, hopefully.
Oh, I mean, I gave Zoe like a loaded sheet for my character
The
background.
fucked up thing is, I really didn't think I didn't, but then it's like bang, bang, bang.
Oh no, mine. You thought mine was bad for your game with her? This one is
No.
even worse.
So you have clinical depression.
He might have by the end of this arc.
Oh boy.
The worst part is, like, I can't even, like, feel all that bad for him with all the shit that has been going on these past few weeks.
Now that I've sufficiently stalled for the tweet to go out.
Oh,
That's
do you need me
really
to do
what I was
that?
doing.
I can do that.
Yeah, if you want to.
I got it. Because I'm out for a recap because I did it last major session.
You sure are. So it's just up to the boys, whoever wants to do it.
Fight.
For viewers' sake, we've had RP off screen for Cassian because obviously Fern doesn't stream it anyway, but there has been RP for everyone. Don't think that Cassian was left out. Cassian got left in a room with Luna and Lynn, which was just double trouble. But yes. So, whomever wishes to recap is welcome to do so.
Yeah.
You tell me?
Yeah.
Yeah, go for it.
Sure. All right. So, last full session, we started off shortly after landing and going to the top dock deck of the ship that we were on, sailing into Marinalac. I think we were about an hour out when we had landed, and everybody was just kind of appreciating the view and entering into the city from the water side this time for most of us. As we started approaching the docks, there was a question of how we were going to stop. And then suddenly it happened, and somebody fell in the water. The ship came up to the dock. They lowered the gangplank. Had, I believe, King Skies and a couple other people went onto the ship while Solaris and Luna were waiting for the group. Rex was fished out of the water. Luckily, he was wearing his nice cloak that let him swim better. Solaris led the group past the crowd out into the weirdly quiet streets of Marinalac, because most of the people were down at the docks celebrating the return or celebrating the first voyage. Solaris started to update everybody on recent events. Luna had kind of given us a little bit of information saying some good, but mostly bad news. But Rax and Cassian were handed letters to be ambassadors, and Rutan was informed that her father was home, which was most of the good news. I have this written down as certain members have returned, and Teth, what they found of him will require a difficult message to his family. We were also informed of a death in the woods to the east. A father didn't make it, which primarily Rutan and Rax figured that was Laura who hadn't made it. They were told Little was also attacked, which slightly baffling at that point. But as far as the other woods, a young woman was taking care of things, which the group came to realize that was probably Lorelei. But another thing, the individual that they had in custody in Marinalac was released with none of the memories that they had of their time there. Rax then learned that Nathan had turncoated on Saran, it seemed, and he had removed items so that Saran couldn't get his hands on them. The rest of the bit of the morning, they went back down to the docks to get Lynn his passport. His passport for the city, and he disappeared for a couple of minutes, which led to Rax and Cassian just being coy and, well, you can find him. He turned out to just be getting pet by a child while eating candy. We went into the office to go get his papers. The woman there seemed to be frustrated, but Luna kind of put her in her place a little bit and said, just stamp the damn papers. But from there, after getting all the documents that we needed, Lynn, Luna, and Cassian all went out shopping to get various items for dinner because Ratan's father requested her home for dinner, and she had extended that invitation to the rest of the party. While the three of them were going and getting the extra food that they would need, Rax and Ratan started to make their way to try and spread out the interesting characters going to her father's house, among other reasons. Along the way, there was a little bit of a difficult talk about certain somebody who's been a little bit absent, and Ratan elected to take off her ring for the time being to not arouse any questions from her father, and so that that news can be saved for a little bit of a better time for both of them. But they made their way, for the most part, the rest of the trek up to her Ratan's father's house, and made it there. Her father, very taken aback by the tall dragonborn who followed Ratan home. Introductions were made, and they were invited inside. Ratan sort of gave him a little bit of a preface on who else would be joining so that he wouldn't freak out about a talking bunny in particular. And after a little bit of a just light discussion, there was a knock at the door when the rest of the three had arrived. Further introductions, and Ratan's father took all of the foods and such and began cooking, being very adamant at the fact Ratan is not allowed in the kitchen. The group spoke about their a little bit about their previous adventures, and actually, shortly after arriving, Cassian requested a photo album be brought out. And going through, there was some information, and I have this written in my notes very specifically. Ratan jumped off the roof twice. which definitely amused Rax quite a bit. But from there, then he grabbed the food and began cooking, and the group was discussing some things, and Rax trying to help make Rattan feel better about not being the worst child in the room, was then handed a bead of which held the spell Sending, which he could use for whoever he wanted. And after a few questions and some thinking, he went outside. And that was... Well, and he used it, but the slight aftermath of that was covered in the bonus session, which was a very heartfelt discussion between Rattan and Rax about many different subjects.
I sent you a thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we are picking up this session at the tail end of a conversation in the lounge between Cassian, Luna, and Lynn. With Rattan and Rex making their way in after their heart-to-heart back into the home after probably about 45 minutes towards an hour. Rattan's father has been cooking the entire time, as far as any of you are aware. And the smells coming from the kitchen are glorious. You're smelling like the roast meats that have been brought, the steamed vegetables, just like a home-cooked meal by someone who knows what they're doing. And there's just all the smell of like herbs and spices, as well as just the general like, it smells like what Sunday roast dinner smells like coming from the kitchen, is the best way I can explain it. There's the general warmth, especially to Rex and Rattan when you walk in, that suggests that there has been cooking going on in a house. It's much warmer than when you left, and it's also much warmer now that you have been outside for an hour. But you each come in various states of put together. And you hear, Rax will hear Cassian and what Cassian says in the lounge.
Lynn, other way.
What do you mean other way? You both walk into the lounge to see Lynn holding a book upside down, standing next to the bookshelf, and Cassian and Luna sat on the sofa where they were, probably with most of the drinks emptied.
Yeah.
And Lynn is just like fumbling a book. What do you mean other way? I'm supposed to read the inside, no the outside.
This way.
Huh. And he flips it and holds it. Like, oh, hello, you two. Welcome back. I hope you had a nice walk or whatever.
She's just like semi-amused, kind of like the half-shocked, like not like full jaw hanging, but like, what the hell did I walk in on face?
I need you to roll me a perception check with her.
Okay. I don't think I'm great at, but that's alright. That's a 9.
Never mind. That's fine.
Cool. Burns like I really wanted her to make that check.
It was just like, never mind.
Don't worry about it.
It's a never mind for me.
Okay.
But yes, you find everyone where they were.
Oh, what are you guys doing?
As we're kind of coming in, Rattan very briefly glances between Cassian and Rax. Not as if trying to communicate anything, but it's just kind of like, I don't even think she realizes that she does it. But there is a look at Cassian and then a look at Rax as she comes back into the room.
what that. If, oh well, she.
No,
I don't know, but Rex, as he's walking in, he's just gonna look over at Cassie and say, "Thank you again, by the way."
of course. Can do it as long as I have spells available, usually. So, if you ever get the hankering, just let me know. And I will if I can.
Let me take you up on that. It was something I didn't know I needed, so.
Well, I hope everything went well then.
You feel like a gentle, like, nudge in the ribs from the elbow of Luna sitting next to you. Almost as if, like, reassurance. It's very subtle.
Oh. Well, your dad has been cooking up a storm in there, and it smells delicious. So I'm very excited for that.
It's been a while since I've had his cooking, but it was always something I looked forward to, even when I was a kid. She kind of shuffles over to the table where she left her whiskey glass. Not even sure if there's anything left in it anymore. Is that a yes?
No, it is. I mean, Cassian and Luna only drank theirs, as far as I'm aware. Unless Cassian scooped the room. Like,
Although would Lynn scoop the room?
That was more what
you know
clarifying.
where Lynn was during your conversation, so
I know.
So Rattan just picks her whiskey glass back up and kind of eases back into the chair that she was in. Definitely more like slouched. Not quite man spread, but you can tell that she's comfortable here. I apologize for leaving you guys unattended for so long. My mother probably is, rolling in her grave.
We're fine. Don't worry.
Mhm.
Well, the living room is still in one piece, so.
And what exactly did you anticipate us doing while you were outside that the living room would not be in one piece?
Rattan just kind of like holds her whiskey glass up to her forehead. I'm too tired to explain my sarcasm right now.
Luna does that thing where she just opens her mouth and then closes it and just looks at Cassie in the same way he just looked at her.
Literally open my mouth, close my mouth, and looked.
Yeah. Like almost as if they were in sync for a moment. And then she just kind of goes and finishes the rest of her water.
Oh, dude, that was too funny.
Mm-hmm. And Lynn awkwardly slides the heavy book back onto the shelf and he's like, I offered to help, but I got told no, so...
She turns and like looks over her shoulder in her chair. Whereabouts is he at the
He's
shelf?
like, well, I mean, like bottom of the shelf.
Okay.
Like, because he's not standing on anything. He just randomly pulled whatever book was closest to him, and you get the impression he was trying to act natural. So he just grabbed whatever book was there, opened it, and hoped for the best.
And then was just putting it back.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Does he look like he feels upset about being told no?
You can roll an insight check.
Okay. Sure, I rolled great on that.
The secrets, she goes. Oh. Boy.
Agreed.
Okay. She'll look back over the table. She's gonna take stock of everyone's glasses on the table. And I'm assuming that they're all empty.
Apart from yours and Rex, yeah.
Scruffs her hair, sits up, puts her whiskey glass back on the coaster. Can I get you guys anything? I should have. Yeah.
The top off would be lovely.
Please and thank you.
Okay.
I must say I'm parched after an hour of entertaining conversation.
She glances at you, Rax. And then just gathers up the glasses and shuffles off toward the kitchen.
Where you find your father in full swing, ready to plate, like, and you'll see it before anyone else will, but I'll describe it just now. What you're looking at is basically like if he had had the time, he would have done slow cooked meat, but he didn't. So he's basically just cooked all the fine cuts to like perfect, like melt in your mouth levels of ready. Boiled potatoes and steamed vegetables that have been done in butter. He's also fried some eggs, which he's the last thing that he's doing to put on with the meat and the vegetable. He's sorry, excuse me. He's got some like last cuts of fresh bread that he had for himself that he's sliced and buttered with what he could. You can see that he's used the juices that came from the meats to make like a homemade gravy. To drizzle over the top. He's gone all out. Like he's made like Sunday dinner with scraps and whatever he was brought, you know? Like, because you know your father, he doesn't eat unless he has to, so he never buys anything nice
Weird,
for
I
himself.
wonder where Rattan got that from.
So from what Luna and Cassian bought, and you also see there's a bowl off to the side. You see like the plates for yourself, Luna, Cassian, and Rax and himself. And you see a bowl off to the side with what looks to be like some of the cuttings from like the salads that were brought with some like leafy greens and things, and like almost like a creamy garlic mayonnaise kind of makeshift dressing that has been poured over the top of it, with like sliced tomatoes and a couple of like the berries have been thrown in there. Like he tried to put together a salad, but he's never really put together a salad before, or at least not to this magnitude.
He's doing his best.
So he's done what he can. He's improvised.
All I'm imagining is this bowl with like lettuce put in it with like grapes like thrown on top.
No, it's better than that. But you know, like he's used all of the veggies that were brought to him that he hasn't put aside for steaming for you guys.
Yeah.
So he's made an effort. You know, he's put in an effort, and you can see that there's a collection of wine glasses that have been set to the side. He hasn't chosen the bottle yet, but he's definitely pulling at the stops to impress.
Yeah, this is the company dishes. We're using the company dishes.
Yeah, all the matching plates without a chip, the silverware that gets shined and polished rather than just tossed in the
stuff
drawer.
That we only use for Christmas.
Yeah, basically. And he hears you coming through, and he sort of like looks over his shoulder as he's making sure these eggs are cooking properly. He's like, "Oh, why are you in my kitchen?" Not that I'm not happy you're here, don't get me wrong, but you're in the kitchen. And that has me worried. I'm fine, I've already told your friend that I don't need help. But I mean, you could set the table, that would be useful. And not in the kitchen.
I'm trying so hard not to laugh and to also be like like as abashed as Rattan would be. That's so hard right now.
I'm watching everyone else crumble and trying not to.
I know.
Well, I'm
Yeah,
not
she's just like
trying.
standing in the doorway to the kitchen, like holding all of the glassware, and is like, yeah, company plates, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, still in the same
this-
place.
Yep. And the silverware, the placemats are in the cupboard, the tablecloth as well. Folded,
Okay.
hopefully.
Okay. I'm just gonna. And she sets them like on whatever counter is nearest to her.
Yeah, there's like the 2-person kitchen table where you don't want to eat in the dining room, so you
And
have,
that's
like,
where she like shuffles over and just
Yeah.
like, unloads everything on that. I'll wash those after dinner.
Okay.
Kind of starts backing out of the kitchen.
I need a dice.
Oh no. Come on, don't dad incite me. Does that get like advantage or some shit because he's a parent?
Dad insight. You're backing out of the kitchen and he goes, come here.
I'm not allowed in the kitchen.
Come here.
Grumbles something about not being allowed in the kitchen and then shuffles up. Like, very, like, obedient. Like, you guys have never seen this before and you just, like, catching a glimpse of her, like, head down, shoulders hunched, shuffling into the kitchen like a scolded puppy.
And he got close and he turns around to you and he just lifts your head by your chin so he can see your face. And then he pulls a handkerchief out of his pocket and he hands it to you. It's got the little embroidery that your mom used to do. The same one he's always had since they were married. Yep. And he hands it to you. Wash your face, then set the table.
Thanks, Dad.
And he, like, scruffs your hair a little bit. Yeah, you're welcome. I'm here if you need anything. I know that we don't normally do that kind of thing.
She
But
just puts an arm around him and pulls him in, and, like, the too hard rattan hug.
yeah, he gets, like, yanked forward and, like, drops the spatula or whatever he was holding. Like, okay. And he, like, does that awkward, like, dad pat on the back.
I love you, Dad.
I know, I love you too.
Let's go after a minute. I'll get out of your kitchen now. Kind of wipes her eyes.
He just nods and picks up the spatula, goes and washes. You see him, like, think about using it, and then he's like, guests. And then he goes and washes it and goes
There's the
back.
cut, like, he was walking back toward the food and then went, no. Turned around and went the other way.
Like, this isn't my food.
Yeah.
If it was me, I wouldn't give a shit.
Yeah, she
Back
does
in
what she's
the-
told.
oh,
She
sorry.
washes her face and yeah.
Back in the lounge with the gentleman and Luna. What would you like? Would you like to have any conversations while this is happening, or?
Well, it's me, Rex, Lynn, and Luna, right? Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Kind of just. I guess it was like quiet for a bit, and it's like, oh, Rattan's gone for a while. Do you think she got lost in her own house?
You feel like another jab in your ribs this time, like you can see the smirk on Luna's face.
I would hope not.
Right. Like, that would be bad.
Is it at
What
this
else?
point that she's like halfway out of the door and then scolded puppy back in?
Well, never mind. Something's going on. God. What a time to be alive.
Yeah.
A drink to that if I had a drink in my hand.
Same.
Rex
I think
takes a
we
sip
all
of his
would.
water.
Just gonna pull out a flask. Pour some in. Oh, nope, we don't have our cups.
Nope. So you just have to sip and pass.
Sip and pass. Take a sip, pass it to Luna.
He takes a sip and like looks at you as if to say, "Do I offer it to Lynn?"
No, why not?
And she offers it down to Lynn, who hops his way over and takes it and takes a swig. And then looks at Rex and looks at the fact that he still has a glass on the table and then hands it back to you, Cassian.
We don't leave wounded soldiers down.
You kind of get
Oh,
like an
man.
eyebrow raise from Lynn and then like a sideways glance towards Rex.
Rex, you gotta finish your drink as well.
He, like, referencing his water.
No, the other one.
He's only drinking water.
Oh, you're not drinking alcohol? Then do you want some alcohol?
Not right now. Maybe later.
Fair
The
enough.
fuck is wrong with you?
I don't know.
I mean, valid answer. A lot of the time we don't either.
Does Frisia want some?
Frisia's not here.
Oh,
Rax
shit.
looks around like, is she fucking hiding on my shoulder or some shit?
Yeah, she's not here.
No.
Hey, never mind.
It's weird, isn't it?
You know?
No, I
Dude.
haven't gotten a chance to bring her back yet.
Mhm.
Well,
Probably do that after dinner when we settle in for the night. Or maybe
Well-
morning would suck
When
too.
Len pipes up and he's like, "Where exactly are you intending to settle tonight?"
Do we still have access to that house? And he's looking over at Cassian and Luna.
Luna shakes her head.
I don't know.
And Lynn's like, "That's my point, and I'm not exactly sure how it works here. Cause like I'd be fine to sleeping in a box or something. Like, but I don't know that I don't think there's a box big enough for you. And like you don't have fur the same way that I have fur. So, and also I don't know if people who have like history here would be appreciated sleeping in the street. So, and I didn't see any hotels either, or inns, or bed and breakfast, or anything like that while we were hopping our way over here. So, I don't know how it works in this city. And I was kind of hoping that you'd know, so that I would know, and then we could, like, be bunk buddies or whatever. Is that how that works here? And you see, like, he's, like, shifting his, like, one of his back feet is kind of, like, half tapping on the floor awkwardly.
I don't actually know. I think that's a very good question that we need to ask Rattan when she gets back.
Right! the almost king. Yeah. Do you think maybe if we like ask nice enough, she's got like strings to pull and we can actually stay in the big castle on top of the hill? That would be pretty fucking cool.
It would be pretty fucking cool.
Yeah, do you think they like serve you grapes on a silver platter and feed them to you?
I don't
Or like
know.
you ring a wee bell and they bring you like wine and stuff?
I feel like
Luna,
the second one
all
would
this-
make more sense.
Luna the entire time is like burying her face behind Cassian's shoulder. Cassian, you can feel her bobbing as if she's trying not to let them know she's dying of laughter behind you.
Oh man. I'm not gonna say anything. Nope.
You see like the excitement, Rex especially sees the excitement in Lynn's face as he's going listing off all of these like over the top experiences that could possibly be had, convincing himself that Rattan's gonna get you in a night at the castle.
Don't know how much, if any, of that is possible. Sounds
I mean,
nice.
She's got all the power, she can make it possible, right? All we have to do is like be like, yo, the next king or whatever. She said we can stay here.
I would love to see how that goes over. I would love nothing more than just watch. And just be a fly on the wall in that for that conversation. You should ask her when she comes back. Whenever she comes back.
And it's not long before Finn pops his head around the door. He's like, well, go wash your hands. Dinner is served shortly. Hopefully Rattan has the table set. I don't know where she's sitting everyone. I left that organization up to her judgment. So you'll have to ask her what the seating plan is. But dinner is pretty much ready. So the washroom's at the end of the hall. The dining room's over there. He's just like pointing at different doorways. It's like, I'm going back to finish the plating. And he's like shuffles back into the kitchen.
Rex will get up and start heading towards the wash up.
It's all
Just like-
starting, it's all starting to make some sense. Oh,
Whether are you okay?
They got it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
wait.
You okay, Fern?
Yeah. Makes so much sense.
This makes me so happy right now.
It's like a validation for
It
me
is.
too.
It really is.
I want you to know I had very little notes from Wither for this.
No, because I basically said like, basically Rattan.
Yeah.
All right.
Rattan, you hear them shuffling around, going to get washed up in the very small, like, it's basically like a toilet and a sink in a room.
Yep.
And you hear them all basically like schoolyard lining up and one by one coming through to where you're setting the table. Other than Lynn just hops his way through straight to you. So the first thing you see is like the little bunny ears coming in through the door as you're setting the table.
And there's a momentary panic where like she knows where everything goes because like she's been involved with like the upper class dinner style thing, and also, you know, there's no way that she wouldn't know proper etiquette. But it's that moment where she's so anxious, she's like, wait, did I put the silverware on the correct side of the table? And she like momentarily stops and does that. Oh, hi, yeah. I think Dad should be done soon.
Yeah, he told us you'd say where we're sitting, so I'm just waiting here to be told where I'm putting my butt.
Well, do you want to sit closer or farther from my dad? We'll start there.
I mean, that's up to you, really.
No. Would you be
Yeah.
more comfortable closer or farther from my dad?
I don't know if that's about my comfort, really, because I don't give a shit.
Okay, you can sit next to my dad then.
Alright, well, if he has a heart attack or whatever because a bunny's eating face first and a bowl of food, that's up to
I
you.
think more than anything, he'd just be fascinated.
Alright, well, if you say so. But if anything happens, you can't blame me. This is your decision to sit me right here. And he,
I
like,
will own
clambers
that.
up onto the chair.
She checks to make sure that he's not. It's not the does he need a booster seat look, but it's almost the does he need a booster seat look.
He's at this point, he's used to, like, standing
Yeah.
to eat or eating on the table. But he's making an effort to sit in the chair at this point.
Oh.
Rax is the next one to get up, so he'll be through next.
Yeah, and she's like making sure that she's putting like a glass in front of each place setting too. She hasn't filled any of them yet because she doesn't know if everybody wants it, and why pour a glass because then you have to drink it. And then yeah, just kind of oh yeah, Rax walks in. Hi. And Luna was with him?
Luna's
Or
with
just-
Cassian.
Okay. Hey, where do you want to? Do you have a preference? Because I'm probably gonna sit across from Lynn.
I can sit next to either one of you guys. Doesn't matter to me.
All right, let's put you there then. And she just kind of points at the middle chair, opposite Lynn.
Okay.
So on your side of the table?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be like Dad, Rattan, Rax, Lynn.
Well, Dad at the head of the table.
Yeah. Well, that's what I'm. Yeah.
And then
I can't do
Rattan,
three-dimensional charts here.
Rex. And Cassian and Luna.
Yeah,
Kind
she's
of
kind of
in.
motions them toward the same side of the table that Lynn is on.
Mm-hmm.
Or if one of them has to be at the head, she just leaves that up to them to fight it out.
No, there's like 3 on each side, and
That's kinda what I
then
was
2 set at the
visualizing.
head. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Odd chairs. Don't match each other, but you know.
Of course not.
The 2 at the head of the table match, but the others don't.
Yep. And then as everybody comes in, just asks if they want. It was wine, right?
Yep.
Okay. She asks if they want as they come in.
Luna
Rax
gives a
will
nod.
shit.
Sure. Yeah.
Lynn nods to you. You empty the bottle before your dad even sits down. Thankfully, he has another one.
Yep. She goes and grabs that.
And then he's like,
Because that's the only time she'll be allowed in the kitchen is if she's getting
Yeah.
something and leaving promptly.
yeah, and he calls, like, the time you come through for pot, he's like, come here, take some plates.
Okay. And then she's like, she's holding, like, the bottle, like, by the neck. And, like, carrying the plates out.
And he follows you with everything other than Lynn's. And sets it down, and Lynn's and himself. And sets out food for everyone. Goes back, gets the other, and sits down at the head of the table. And he does that awkward, like, chair screech to pull himself in. Yeah.
That every wooden chair does on wooden
Yeah.
floor.
Uh-huh. And then he kind of looks around, he's like, none of you need to, like, do any prayer or any of that.
Nope.
Good. And he just starts digging in. And you see Lynn kind of like, oh, well, fuck it, and face first into his bowl.
Watching my dad's reaction to this, because I'm curious.
He doesn't initially seem to notice, because he's more excited by the fact that there's a proper, decent meal that he has made.
Right. That
in
he
front
actually
of,
had
like,
reason to
something
do like
he's
actual
proud
cooking instead of a
of.
TV dinner.
Yeah, something he's proud of that he has presented to everyone and gets to enjoy. And then, like, he brings his fork up to his mouth and he, like, side eyes over to Lynn, who's, like, face first in this bowl of mishmash salad. He's like, and he kind of, like, leans away a little bit and then continues eating.
Rattan taps him with her elbow and just chuckles while she continues cutting into her food.
Doesn't seem to fade. It doesn't seem to change his posture at all.
Yeah,
He's
She
just
just
trying to
taps
get out of
him.
the splash zone.
Basically.
he's not sure how violent this is gonna get.
Mm-hmm.
Start digging in.
And it is beautiful. Like, meat cooked to perfection. The veggies are steamed just to the point where they've got that little bit of a bite to them, but they're also soft enough that they just break apart. And just there's like the licks of butter that go over everything. It's like there's a little bit too much, but that's just because it's like measured with heart, not with the actual measurement. And like there's just like a little bit of salt that's been sort of crumbled over the top of it. It's like it's clear that he knows what he was doing, and he put the effort in to make it good for everyone.
They're the people that tell you to just eyeball it.
Yeah,
Which is why Rattan's not good in the kitchen. Just eyeball it.
no, don't you
Your eyeball is terrible.
And
When
there's
you see
like
eyeball, don't pour the whole can.
but there's that like awkward eating dinner in silence for like the first 5 or so minutes because your dad doesn't start conversation. And then it's Luna that pipes up. And she does that very polite, like she pats her mouth and she sets her napkin down and she's like, so, Rattan, are you intending on spending your evening here? Or am I to put a request for accommodations in for you and Rax and Lynn?
She does that like slow chewing thing, like she stops and then slowly starts chewing again as she's thinking of what to say. Kind of glances at her dad.
Who glances at you?
I don't know why I'm fucking looking at him for help. She doesn't know why she's looking at him for help.
And then he realizes that's what you're looking at him for, and he does that hard swallow, and he's like,
oh shit.
well, your room is still there if you want it. I mean, obviously we don't have a guest room, unfortunately, but your room's still there.
God damn it, part of me is like fighting my own fucking gremlin urge to go sleep over. Because it's all I've been thinking this entire time. Well. I'm okay to stay here. Dad, I don't want to assume, and I'm not asking you guys to stay on the floor. So maybe at least something for them.
And your dad puts his cutlery down and he's like, well, I still have the old blankets from when you used to have friends over, but they're probably not big enough for, and he kind of like side eyes Rax. And I don't know if they'd appreciate flowery quilt.
She very much so gives you the shut up look, Rax. Like it's just a very, very deliberate flick and then back.
We have the winter blankets as well that I used to throw over the main bed, so if you wanted to. I'd have to go out and get hot cocoa, though. I don't have any.
She kind of just glances at all of you guys.
I could try
Does
and
the
make...
very same deliberate slow swallow her dad just did.
I was like, I can try and make, like, the blanket tents I used to do for you and your friends if you want.
We
You
did
can
that
tell she's
last time
trying
we were
not to
here.
scream.
What was that, Fern?
We did that last time we were here.
So I see that habit hasn't left her then.
Oh,
Used to
she
be a-
didn't participate. Everyone else did.
Wow, that surprises me considering that was her favorite thing about having friends over.
Dad.
She would always ask for all of the pillows from the lounge. And then she'd arrange them in little groups so she'd have places for people to sit, and she'd put out books for everyone. She'd pick out her favorites for her favorite friends and her least favorite for the people that she didn't think could read.
Dad.
What?
I don't know. I'm
She used to
surprised
always
there's a
pick the... Well, I was going to say she used to always pick the picture book for the kid that she didn't think was the smartest in the class.
At least it was a picture book.
Exactly, I thought it was very
Accommodating.
considerate. Mm-hmm. Fern!
Again,
Fine.
trying not to laugh, but also look slightly embarrassed.
doing my best not to say. I'm surprised Ratana didn't keep that book for herself.
You're a fucking asshole.
Okay.
I just wanted everybody to feel included.
See? And then you go and sour the whatever fort you guys built last time you were here by not joining in. That surprises me. Was something wrong? Was there not enough pillows? Was it people you didn't like?
It wasn't that, Dad.
He lifts a hand and puts it to your forehead.
I'm not sick. And she like doesn't even like, it's not like a full bad wake. She doesn't even like bother like put her silverware down. She just kind of like goes like, nah.
And he takes his hand back.
Things have been a lot stressful the past few months, and I was coping with the serious face, I guess.
Stressful? How? Is it something that I can help with?
I wish you could, Dad.
I mean, if it's not army related, I might be able to.
And she kind of glances very embarrassed at all of you guys. And then back at him. That's something I might take you up on later.
Alright, well, I'm home for a while. Probably until after the mid-year festival.
And she glances at the two of you almost like pleading. And not like desperate, like this is like a very sad, like, please help me.
I'm so sorry. Belle is like all up in my shit right now and I can't see anything. I mean, you guys can roll insight checks to see if you pick up on her intention.
Yeah, because I'm a little lost. How do you want help?
The fucking clue. Oh, boys!
effort and roll a 1.
You rolled a 6.
God.
And Lynn got, let me see, with his modifiers. He got an 8. No, a 7. Lynn got a 7.
Wow.
Luna, however, picks up on your plea for help. Hold on. And she kind of like, she does that polite thing again where she's going to interrupt and break whatever this is, and she pats her mouth and she sets her napkin down to the side. There's been a lot going on that can't be discussed outside of royal pardon. And it's been a lot. It's been very stressful for everyone, so as much as she wants to tell you, unfortunately she can't, and she didn't want to hurt your feelings by saying so let me be the bad guy in the situation.
There's the very desperate thank you eyes.
But most of the matters that were of a stress have been somewhat relieved or investigated, so I'm sure it'll be fine. But it does sound like you have a busy evening planned with hot chocolate and pillow forts and quilted blankets.
You're welcome to stay too, Luna, if that's something you want to do.
I have other arrangements. Unfortunately, I will have to leave just shortly after dinner.
I'm glad you could join us anyway.
Thank you. The invitation was appreciated. I have some unfinished research to attend to at the library, and Cassian, of course, wants in on it, so...
You know, I can't resist some research.
Given the high intensity of what happens next week or so, we'll get as much knowledge as we can on the subject.
This is gonna take Rattan. Wither thinks she understands where this is going, but Rattan's like... She's like, I don't know what I'm doing next week. Like, she's like so confused.
Rax is like, wait, I thought it took 2 weeks. Like, in his head,
Yeah.
He's got the look of, wait, aren't we busy next week? What?
And then there's the ding of a light bulb.
I should mention something was being brought back in about a week.
Oh, I know. Oh. Yeah.
The work never ends, unfortunately.
Did you
No.
forget?
Huh?
Did you forget?
No, I didn't. I did not forget.
It's okay if you forgot.
You feel like the amused hand on your thigh, Cassian, of she forgot. Like the silent acknowledgement from Luna.
No, I remember. It just got blurred up with everything else that's in the same vein.
Yes, I will be occupied at their dinner.
Oh,
But
okay.
Yeah. Are you sure that you don't want rooms prepared? Or do you want to do a fort?
Well, it sounds to me like I'm okay with the... Right, actually, I can build the fort.
Was like, hey, what about me?
Yes, you do.
Fucking right. Your dad doesn't seem to notice.
She literally gives him like the... out of the corner of her eye.
Or if he did notice, he's not phased by
Yeah.
it.
Well then.
Hell yeah, pillow fort.
Oh yeah. Well. And good news, we'll be back in town in a week or so.
Okay.
I think, right? Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah. Okay.
I thought it was a
Rattan
couple weeks.
glances at her dad out of the corner of her eye.
And he looks at you and he's like, So you're leaving tomorrow and you're coming back in a week? I
I
can
believe that's the plan.
The slow, deliberate swallow of shit. Yeah.
Wherever you're going can't be that far away. Which is settling to know, I suppose.
We're gonna go fast. Very fast.
How exactly do you intend to go fast, Cassian?
I can go fast.
He kind of looks at you and he raises his eyebrow questioningly.
I can fly there.
So, you have wings too?
He's not like me.
No, I have
There's a brief moment where he looks up as if, you know, where people go like, thank you to like a
Yeah, like, fuck.
Yeah. There's that brief twitch.
I have think of it as a horse with wings.
And he looks down at his plate and then looks at the wine glass and he's like, a horse with wings.
Like a horse with wings.
How full is his glass?
He's like maybe had like a couple of sips from it.
Alright.
And what exactly does like a horse look like?
Oh, here we go. Rattan chuckles into her wine glass.
You know, a head of like almost an eagle, body of a horse, and hooves and talons, and nice fluffy tail,
And the wings.
and beautiful, beautiful wings. I was gonna minor image.
I'm
Yes, I know.
watching my dad's expression while he's processing all that information, and then when he starts casting, my eyes just go, but it's too late because it's a cantrip.
Yeah, uh-huh. And like there's the hand slam on table, push out chair, like get away from this. Is
Whoa, whoa,
like,
whoa, whoa.
Like the fight or flight kicks in and the flight happens, you know?
And she steadies the wine glass so it doesn't tip.
What
It's okay.
is happening?
Magic.
Uh-huh.
Very safe.
Uh-huh.
It's okay, Dad.
Please don't cast magic in my house.
Oh, sorry.
And he like pulls his chair back and he's like, safe or unsafe, just please don't cast magic in my house. I have enough with, and he kind of like loosely gestures at Rattan.
Rattan coughs into her wine glass.
When your child is bleeding light from their face at a very young age, that's enough to put you off a lot inside your house. Safe or unsafe, please don't cast magic in my house.
She kind of gives you like a very like, sorry, shrug from across the table.
And I
That was
suppose,
clear.
and
No worries.
he turns around to Rax and he's like, I suppose that would mean asking you not to
got it.
embrace your inner self in my house. Please. I'd really rather not have my dinner table set on fire or whatever it is that you do.
Got
If
it.
you have to sneeze, the front door, you know where it is. Or puke, or whatever comes out your face.
I got it. Thank you. But I will not cast anything either.
You can... Oh, it's just got so much. You are normal. Everything in your life is normal. You just have a celestial daughter and a wife who is celestial, and now she has friends who are lizards who can cast magic, and the human can cast magic too. Oh, and don't forget the talking bunny. Everything's fine. Your life is normal. And he's like repeating that to himself over and over and over
Gee,
again.
now everyone knows where she got that from. She takes a sip from her wine glass, then reaches over and gives him like the there shoulder squeeze.
Oh. When you said you wanted everyone to be included, this is not what I thought you'd grow up to do.
What did you think I'd grow up to do?
Well, I originally thought you'd be a normal kid who went to school and got a normal job and maybe joined us in the mines at one point. Like, I thought that's how our life was going to be. We'd just be a mining family living in Mernalak and having a little happy life. Yeah. And then you got wings and glowy stuff off your face and fell off the roof and survived. And then you joined the army. And then, you know, you were away a lot. And Mom died. So, yeah. Oh, maybe one day you'd have a family of your own. Nice house somewhere. You'd end up with all the inheritance that we saved for you. But, you know, I mean, like I've always said, I'm proud of who you are. I always will be proud of who you are. It'll just take me some time to get used to the company you keep. But hey, if you're coming back in a week, at least I can be more prepared for next visit.
Yeah.
We could bake a carrot cake. And some cookies. And get some more tea and coffee. Why do I feel like there's something no one's telling me about this week?
Top secret mission stuff.
And he kind of lifts up his glass and takes a sip out of it and puts it down. And like his posture relaxes in an odd, it relaxes in an odd way when you say that, as if he's heard it before. And he just goes back to eating. He goes back to eating. And the clank of cutlery fills the silence.
Nope. Rattan puts her silverware down, puts her hands on the table. Alright, enough. Enough. I can't keep holding stuff back from you, Dad. I've been gone for over a year, and I don't know how I never noticed how all of my choices were taking a toll on you. So whatever you want to know, if I can answer, I'll tell you.
And he takes a minute and he swallows. And then he clears his throat. I'm fine. I'm used to this.
That's the problem.
You have your job and your friends and your fights to fight and places to be. And as long as you come home for dinner once in a while, that's enough for me. I don't need much more than that.
But is that because you don't think you're gonna get anything more than that?
You're old enough to make your own decisions. If you think I have to know something, you'll tell me. You're a big girl.
I don't really know where to start. And she kind of looks at the two of you across the table. Well, Rax next to her and Cassian and Lynn.
Maybe this should be a talk between father-daughter.
It's just nods. And he kind of like reaches up to the side and kind of like gives you a reassuring pat on the shoulder.
She gives you a smile.
Lynn is eating salad, not paying attention anymore.
Yeah, he doesn't give a shit. Well, what would you say if I told you that I met Cassian while he was locked in a cage?
That's a very that presents itself to be so much more problematic than it actually was.
Oh, perhaps you choose to tell the story then. And she sits back a little bit and picks up her wine glass.
Well, do you want the truth or do you want like a little bit more palatable?
She glances at her dad.
Who is still stunned processing the initial statement and is almost tuned out to the questioning that is happening. Like, he's like full on like hands mid, like you're not even sure if he was going up or down.
Like he's blue
like,
screened.
He's just stopped and like processing and going through the motions.
Also trying to figure out where the fuck his daughter would have been that there were men in cages.
Well, there's a lot that he's having to
Yep.
unpack right now from just that one statement alone. So Cassian, he doesn't hear your question. Mentally, he doesn't hear your question. Physically, he hears it.
That's such a bad way to say that. I don't know how I can explain how bad of a way that is to say that.
Out the corner of your eye, Cassian, you'll see it. It's just the slight bob of Luna's shoulders. And then she leans over to you and she covers her face so that no one else hears this.
Men in cages.
Yeah, she bleeds lead out of her face. It's kind of mild in comparison.
I mean, it's kind of the thing you might expect that she might get into.
Yeah.
Finn,
And then, like, he looks up, hearing his name, he looks at you and he's like, yes.
would you like how it actually was, or a little bit more toned down version?
I think at this point, if we're just ripping off any subtlety that there has ever been regarding this, please just be honest with me.
I was exploring an underwater cavern system that was having some magical anomalies, and then these sea creature folk captured me while I was exploring the area, and they imprisoned me along with several other pirates.
He's sitting there like, these words make sense, but you're putting them together and they don't make sense.
Okay.
And so
And
I met Rattan, Rax, and one other person that was traveling with them at the time. They helped me out of my situation.
I feel like there's more to it than just helping you out of a situation.
Well, I guess they were also exploring the underwater cavern systems as well and started fighting the creatures that were underwater as well. And it turned out to be some kind of like temple to some kind of shark god.
I picked the worst person to do this with.
You have no legs to stand on after that introduction.
I know.
So you were in a magic underwater shark god temple fighting fish man creatures to save Cassian?
They didn't know that they were going to save me at the time.
Yeah, that was actually a job that Rax and I had to investigate attacks and try to stop them from happening again.
So this is what the army has you doing.
Yeah.
And there's no war. It's not good enough for them just to sit at home. They have to send you out to underwater magic caves filled with fish people.
To be fair, they didn't send me there.
Well, who else is giving you orders?
Oh, this is awkward. I volunteered for that.
To who?
So
Sorry, that's me, not him.
she kind of adjusts in her seat outside of Marinlac. There are individuals who sometimes need help with unique situations, and they don't have the benefit of Marinlac's army, or other people who could deal with it. So they put out a call for help, basically, and offer to, rough way of putting it, they usually offer payment of some kind to have adventurers come and fix their problem.
I thought
Very
you
work.
were a soldier, not an adventurer.
I think I'm kind of both.
Okay, but you still haven't told me who.
Elizabeth and Kikapian. She owns the bar there.
So you didn't come home for a year and spent your time in a bar doing favors for strangers.
Not entirely.
What am I missing here?
There's also the Angel Frostbane story too, right?
The what? And he looks at you, Cassian.
Well, she wasn't just in a bar. Like, you were in Frostbane.
Okay.
Oh, I don't think I've ever heard the full story, but I think there was a cultist or something.
She looks at Rax, seeing if he's gonna help her or not.
I gotta pour my water while I let that bomb settle.
Well, not exactly. We were already on our way somewhere else, up to one of the mountains in the desert, and we were stopped over in Frostbane. And we were having dinner, and a small boy came up to Rattan and said, "Help me," and we helped him. We were
With cultists? Sorry, Wither.
Rax trying to like retrace what they had done.
I asked the person with memory problems to help!
You did!
I'm just now realizing how fucking bad Rattan is fumbling this. And all of a sudden you see that also click with her. And she goes, "Oh no. No, you can stop now. I'm
Nope,
so sorry. Oh,
So
this is
we
going
helped him.
so badly."
And turns out his mother was attacked by wolves, which then
So were they wolves or cultists?
the cultists came after when we were trying to investigate why the wolves were there to begin with.
So you went there to investigate wolves inside a city and found a kid tied to cultists who asked you for help?
No.
And then she became an angel of Frostbane!
Rex doesn't know for 100% certainty that's not how it happened.
Right.
So he's trying to like
not right.
recreate.
I need Kleenex for a whole different fucking And the worst part is I'm just imagining a very dad version of Rattan just going as it just keeps getting worse.
The kid wasn't tied to the truck. He was just worried about his mother,
Who was a cultist?
who was attacked by wolves.
Okay, but where did the cultists come into this?
When we were trying to figure out where the wolves came from.
You immediately thought wolves came from cultists.
No,
There was an investigation. We were looking around for a reason why, and then what the hell did we
And
find?
then?
All right, hold on. You did a great job, Rex. You really did. Rattan realizing she's a fucking asshole right now. So
This was so long ago, so he's not gonna get it right anyway.
So the little boy's mother was attacked by wolves.
Uh-huh.
And while we were investigating, that led us to the Temple of Aril in Frostbane. And she's like saying this at Rax so that he remembers now.
Oh, they were white and right.
You can't just say that about people.
No, they were
Fucking
wolves.
damn it! I just got back together!
The wolves were white, right?
Yes.
Snow.
And that ended up presenting a lead for part of why I left in the first place. Which was because I was kind of keeping an eye out for cultists.
Oh, thank whatever heavens that your mother isn't here for this. So, my baby girl left home for a year to find a cult and ended up in Frostfane helping little children because of the cult. And now she's an angel? So did you join the cult?
No!
Fern, you're muted.
How did the angel part come about?
What, the part of Angel of Frostfane?
Mm-hmm.
So the kid, the little boy, his name is Richie. He lost his dad. But his mom didn't have the stomach to tell him that. So all Richie knew was that his dad was off adventuring and saving people. I made a promise to Richie that I would find his dad. And I don't know why, but it was really, really important that he believed I would. So when I was leaving his house, I showed him my wings. And a lot of people in town saw that. So I think they kind of just made the point A, point P jump. Wings, angel.
Is that before or after you did whatever you did with the cultists?
Around a midpoint.
Okay. And that took... After that, you went to Kakabian to volunteer to go into an underwater temple to another deity after being in a cultist temple, which wasn't actually a cultist temple, in another city. And then you met Cassian, and you fought some fish people.
Kind of.
What do you mean, kind of?
She'd give him like a good solid read because she's not sure if she's in trouble or not.
Okay.
Like, she's not sure if she should just shut the fuck up at this point.
Okay.
Oh,
You're
the
not sure.
nines tonight.
Not sure.
Ugh.
There's a lot going on with his
Oh, yeah.
everything right now.
He's just giving off all kinds of energy, and yeah.
Yeah.
Every job we took coincided with a lead that we had with the number of things we're looking into. So it wasn't just because I was staying away to go and play adventurer. I know that doesn't make it better.
And that's all you've done for a year.
What do you mean, all I've done?
Just chasing people around temples and fighting strange things, and it's just it sounds like I don't know. I don't know. I'm not saying that you saving Cassian is a bad thing. Saving the life of another person is never a bad thing, regardless of unexplainable situations.
But
But I liked it when it was just the army and you came home regularly, and I knew kind of where you were. And that relatively you were safe. That's all. That's just this is a lot. And I'm not upset that you saved someone's life and that you're evidently close friends with them. Just a lot. And also not very much at the same time. It seems like two major events.
she kind of glances at the two of you.
And then a lot of empty space. And I don't, if you don't want to tell me, you don't have to. Like I said, you're a big grown woman and you'll tell me what you think I need to know, and that's fine. It was just easier to stomach when I knew that it was normal things. That's all.
Rattan, you can probably try commissioning another speaking stone. Maybe help your dad with some reassurance that you're okay.
Glances at her dad.
Who is now doing that quiet, reserved, like internal processing.
It's a magic object that lets you communicate across distances.
I mean, I'm partial to pen and paper, personally, which is easier to acquire, I'd assume. Although, all things considered, was perhaps difficult in the places you were, so I can't be upset at that either. Because I don't think a temple under the ocean, or under the water, or under a lake, or in a river, or wherever it was, has a convenience store that sells parchment and ink. So, or a post box.
That was the bigger problem.
But also part of me kind of doesn't want that reassurance of I survived being underwater attacked by fish people and found someone locked in a cage. I'm not sure I would have been able to handle that either.
Oh, my suggestion is more like, hey, I'm okay. I'm doing well. That's about it.
Well, I thought that was the case before right now. So we'll put a firm maybe on knowing where the cultists are and where you're chasing them to and helping little kids and becoming folklore angels.
Folklore angels. Man. Yeah. We've had a lot of good adventures. Lots of traveling.
Okay, where else have you been since you were
Avian,
rescued?
Roku.
Roku?
Yes. Okay, Kavian. Here.
Well, this is home.
Yes. Visited my home for a bit.
Oh, and where are you from, Cassian?
Originally from the south.
Did you visit the South? Did you go home?
No, adoptive home. Hard to explain.
I mean, I've heard all sorts of interesting things this evening, so
Yes.
and I don't think adoption is hard to explain. It's a wonderful process.
Yeah.
And it's, it's good for people who don't have the love and support of their natural born families. So I think I don't see how that's hard to explain.
Well, the exact location of my home is hard to explain, but it's in the south.
Okay.
Yeah.
I won't pry into your privacy.
Yeah. It was nice. And then where else did we go? Just around Kakavian for a bit. Now we're back here. The airship was cool. Very fun. And yeah. Now we're off to elsewhere. And then hopefully visiting Drax's home at some point, I think.
He's just quietly nodding at that.
There's a little bit of whiplash from trying to think about places he has no idea where they are.
He's trying so hard to understand.
And then he's like, I didn't realize there was actually somewhere called Elsewhere.
Well, there's a place called Nowhere, Elsewhere, and Somewhere.
Really?
She's giving you the look across the table of, come on, fuck with me, not my dad.
You're starting to realize where Rattan's gullible nature comes from, too.
Your camera kind of skipped, so it went This made it all the better.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, they're places that I find myself often.
I see. Well, may your travels lead you somewhere elsewhere and nowhere safely.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
You're welcome.
If only he knew how fucking profound he was being right now.
He has no idea.
Nope.
I've traveled a fair bit before I met Rattan and Rax.
Oh, is that how you... I assume for good reasons.
Yes. Travel, research, meet people, learn, talk about everyone's kind of walks of life. And just, yeah.
So, who did you ask the wrong question to get locked up in a cage?
You know, the thing is, didn't really have a chance to ask a question that time. It was more like I was doing some research and then I got snuck up on.
Well, I think Rattan has some teaching to do.
Hmm?
In
You're-
in which in which
Your
regards?
awareness training in the army so that you don't get snuck up on, so that nobody dies.
Rattan being the least perceptive person in the entire party.
That's
He doesn't
wrong.
know that.
I know.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they
Yeah,
surprisingly.
we could talk about that.
Mm.
And then Luna, from the corner, like mumbles under her breath, along with knife training, huh?
Just
Fiddle's
mentally,
getting.
they are small in my hands.
Yeah, there was a wonderful place of like robot people. Love that place.
Wilhelm,
Mm-hmm.
Robe. Mm.
Like
Robot.
Automatons.
living automatons. They are absolutely fantastic. Super nice.
That's a thing.
It is.
The only metallic automatic things that I know are the things that we use in the mines to haul carts and crates of gems and materials from surface to below. None of them have ever spoken to me. Though I'm not sure what I would do if one of them did.
Yeah, they're working on that kind of like that barrier. What
Not
exactly?
not the people, not the things in the mines, Dad, for reference. They're not working on making those able to talk to you.
Oh, more like the barrier between like
Yeah. Yeah.
you know, I guess.
I just
they're-
wanted to clarify that it wasn't a thing that was actively, yeah.
Oh, what exactly do you mine? Is it gems and is it just mostly gem mining or what else?
It depends on the mine that I'm sent to.
Mm-hmm.
So sometimes it's gems, sometimes it's coal and ores, sometimes it's gold, silver, copper. Depends on where we're sent. Most
Miners are,
commonly it's gems, though.
oh, I know miners are usually the backbone of most societies.
Well, considering that the main cities own the mines and that's where most of the income comes from.
Yep. Mines are money.
They sure are. That's why they cause the wars that my daughter fights in.
Chance, do you enlist to like help protect your dad?
You hear her knife scrape a little bit too hard on her plate. And she just kind of glances up at you. That's not a very polite question.
Didn't think it was a rude question.
Oh no, she's not angry. She's like, I can't believe you're fucking doing this to me again.
Your dad kind of gives you a side eye as if to say, like, behave.
You don't have to answer. It's okay.
Of course, I worried about my dad. My mom, too. She worked in the mines, too. It's hard not to worry, and she glances at her dad, about your parents when you start hearing the rumors about what's going on. But it wasn't just them. Nobody deserved to be caught in the middle of that. but that was part of it. Sorry, Dad.
He doesn't say anything, he just keeps eating.
Food is delicious, by the way. Thank you very much.
Oh, you're welcome. It's been a long time since I've been able to cook something I'm proud of.
Happy to be here to experience it.
I'm sorry, it's not more. I don't have very many spices left. I hadn't been out for groceries yet, so I did what I could.
It's
Don't
excellent.
often eat this kind of dinner, so it's nice to have guests. The house has been quiet.
Thank you for having us.
Oh, I'll be glad to host again in a week. Any special
So?
requests?
Pretend were you to say something?
Nah, she just said a week or so.
Oh, special requests. Apple pie.
I could make an apple pie.
Yeah. Anyway.
Do you prefer custard or cream?
Ooh. Let's do custard. Feeling spicy.
And he kind of just like glances around the rest of the table.
Honestly, that sounds lovely.
Pretend you're partial to like chocolate. Right?
Yeah. I mean, sweets in general. Really.
I'm your mother for that one. She's a much better baker than I have ever was.
Sorry I didn't inherit any of that.
You know, some things you just get, and other things you just don't. And that was one of them. And we all have our flaws. So let's hope that at least one of you has been keeping some kind of decent meal on the table. Unless you've been eating charcoal, whatever she tried to make.
I don't think I've ever seen Rutan cook, so
Oh, your funeral. He starts chuckling into his wine glass.
Wasn't that bad.
I have cooked a couple times for the group.
Yes, but field rations are different from cooking.
Oh,
Dad.
it wasn't just field rations. Although we've had to reconstitute a couple of them. But that's neither here nor there. Yeah. That was a good meal. Sorry. Well.
So,
Mm-hmm.
sleepover.
Well, the blankets are in the storage above the lounge.
Okay.
Yes, you can have all the pillows, even the one from my chair.
Just big, like, shit-eating, like, kid grin.
Look at Luna. Time for research.
Time for research.
We'll see. Sorry.
No,
First,
no, you go.
we'll see everyone later.
Okay.
Enjoy your pillow fights and girl talk. And she stands up. She places her cutlery on the plate and stands up and like pulls her shawl over herself, pushes up her glasses and straightens herself out. And before turning to your father and going, "Thank you. That was an excellent meal." And he sort of gives like a nod.
Get up as
And then
well.
she just places a hand on your shoulder, Cassian, and like
Yeah.
taps it and say, "Okay, let's go."
Yeah. Get up. Thank you. Very much appreciated. Didn't drink all that bottle of whiskey in one sitting.
I promise nothing.
Good man. Take care.
You
Okay,
too.
Max. You well. Lynn, take care.
Linda's doing like food coma on his back on the chair and just like lifts an arm to wave at you.
Head up.
And you head out and attend to your evening research.
Yes.
If we want to take a break now, we can.
Okay.
That's fine.
Come back in like 10 minutes or so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
And give extra time to get water, to pee, to see to dogs and animals and stretch.
Yeah. Okay. So, okay, 15. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be back 10 to 15.
Get out the mall sandwich. Oy. Tacos and sushi. Tacos and sushi.
Oh, and antidepressants.
Yes, there you go. There you go.
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Someone has to remind me to go back and cut that cultist conversation.
Oh my god. Like, he spiraled so fucking hard.
Mm-hmm.
And it was so fucking... The kid who was a cultist? How did the wolves were cultists? The cultists were wolves. The cultists were children?
Memory issues under the bus, trying to
I
explain it. Like, wait, was that actually what happened? Fuck.
Fern, you need to go back and watch the part you're not here for.
Okay, I will.
Oh, man.
So, Rax, Rattan, and Lynn spend the evening building a pillow fort, using old broken broom handles as sticks to keep up the blankets that wedge into the stone floor. You know, your dad's got like snacks here and there. Like he's got like peanuts and almonds and like that kind of snacky food, and then he's got things that are like the equivalent of like how do I explain this? I don't know if you guys have this, but they're like OT breakfast bar things.
Oh, yeah,
that have like chocolate drizzled over them, and you get like yogurt and strawberry ones, and
yeah. The cereal bars.
Chewy bars.
Kind of, yeah.
Nature
Yeah.
Valley, whatever, yeah.
Yeah.
basically, yeah. And then he's got things like the odd like half-eaten block of chocolate that it's always been in the cupboard. Like there's always one in the cupboard, and he has like a strip before bed. But he'd give you it because, you know, it's a sleepover.
Right.
Rattan, your room is exactly as you remembered it being. You know, it's not the most beautiful thing, but you had the entire of the underhouse to yourself. So you had like your bed's built into the carved hole in the wall. It's made up like old stitchy blankets that are scratchy and itchy, but they were made for you. Comfortable like feather pillows. Excuse me. Like your own bookshelf, all your old like toys are still there from when you were a kid. They've just never thrown them out. Like there's elements of older Rattan, while also still keeping like the childlike nature of your room, because after you left and slept in the barracks, you never really slept at home, so it never really changed as you got older. Other than, you know, making it more comfortable for older you. Bigger blankets, you know, that kind of stuff. All your old teddies are still there, still up in the netting where they've always been. And it's been a long time since you've dressed this room in blankets and thrown all the pillows all over the floor. But you know, the three of you make a good job, and your dad helps here and there. But he also doesn't want to get like in your way now that you're old enough to do it yourself.
No, she would encourage him to be as much a part of it as he wanted to be.
Yeah, but like he still doesn't step on toes. You know, and he does all the washing up and everything as well while you guys are carting things up and down the stairs.
She hears the clanking of plates, and she definitely like runs halfway up the stairs and goes, "I said that I would do them."
He's like, "No, be with your friends. It's friend night. It's time for a night with your friends. Do not argue with me.
Yes, sir.
Don't call me sir. I'm your father, not your commanding officer.
Yes, Dad.
Better.
Slinks back down the stairs and kind of gives you like the sheepish like face.
You get like a smile from Rax. It's not really like at your expense. It's like a reminiscent one, like, fuck, I haven't heard anything like that in so long.
Little touch of normal.
Mm-hmm.
She definitely hangs a glance on all the plushies that are in the net basket hanging above her bed. You can tell that there's definitely like a that was there. Like there's a familiarity and there's a comfort in noticing that things are the same.
You can tell them what's in there if you want.
So, the main thing that you would notice in the netting above Ratan's bed is a ish long green dolphin that looks like it has been very loved. You also see somewhere nestled in there a very, very old, worn pink cat that's kind of like down at the bottom, like mushed, like one paw like hanging out. It has one eye. You also notice there's a brown bear, just, plain normal teddy bear, but the paw pads on the hands and the feet are like yellow checkered plaid.
Like a picnic blanket, kind of.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And they're all nestled up in that net above her bed.
Varying degrees of smooshed underneath the big fucking dolphin.
Yep. And then seeing those, she's going to look around the room for a very specific thing.
That's where you always leave it.
So you see her look around the room. Her eyes fall on one of the nooks near her bed. And,
Fern? Fern?
Don't mind me, just chaos gremlin in my head.
Enlighten your DM and her DMs.
I will.
I'm
Continue with her.
very concerned.
It's my...
Continue.
I'm not sure if I should, depending on what is going on here.
Just continue.
Okay. So she goes over to one of the nooks near her bed and picks up a small object off of that shelf. You just hear her say something quietly in Celestial. And she is holding in her hands a very small, just plain, probably no bigger than the palm of her hand, little teddy bear.
He's cute.
Now can go where it belongs.
It's very cute.
And she doesn't put it down. She kind of just keeps it with her for a moment, kind of like rubs her thumb over the face of it a few times, and then sets it back down. And around the teddy bear's neck, you notice there is a very small, obviously child-made bracelet of beads in different, kind of things that you would find in a coastal city, like carved little beads that have been made into a very childlike bracelet that sits around the bear's neck. It just sets it back on the shelf and pats it on the head and seems to take whatever that was, seems to have taken a lot of the weight, a lot of the tension away from her.
And then you get, in fact, roll me a dexterity saving throw with disadvantage.
Oh, shit.
Yes.
Saving throw?
Yes.
Okay. That is a, what is that, a 12? 11.
Then you feel like the heavy boof of a pillow hitting the back of your upper back and your head, and then you hear Lynn laughing from a corner in the room. You actually witnessed Lynn just yeet a fucking pillow at her.
And she literally does that. It's the slow. Did you just fucking...
Mm-hmm. And he's like laughing and nodding.
I think that was explicitly stated.
She reaches down, not breaking eye contact, just like the slow squat, clutches the pillow.
He does that, and it's like almost amusing to see him do the very like animal like getting ready, like
Yeah.
his instincts of being like the animal instincts kick in, and he's down low and he's like ready and he's ready like, and you know for a fact that he's not going to have as much grip as he wants to on these floors.
Oh yeah. It's gonna be the animal screaming going, yeah.
Yeah, like
Yeah, and she kind of spins, like she's got the corner of the pillow, she kind of spins it a couple of times in her hand.
Rex throws it as she's spinning. Gotta be quicker than that.
and all war breaks out.
Yup, just all hell breaks loose.
There's feathers everywhere. It's like watching a cartoon where you just see like blankets go flying, feathers go the other way. There's like a pillow gets yeeted across the room, someone's shoe goes flying. Like all hell breaks loose.
The equivalent of the cartoon, just like
Yup,
fight.
Mhm.
yup, and then there's a
Yep.
feather popping out every now and then.
Yep, that's exactly what happens, and you all end up scruffed up in a pile of pillows and laughter.
Mhm.
And unless there's anything serious or pressing that you wish to talk about, you have a very fun, very cozy, very home night. Cassian does not appear at any point. Neither does Luna. Neither of them come home, so to speak. And everyone gets the benefits of a full rest.
It gets to that point, like it's getting pretty late,
Mm-hmm.
and Rax, you kind of see Rattan keep glancing at the stairwell expectantly, and she kind of looks at you. Oh, you think you got caught up? No?
No, they're either staying up late researching or probably going back to her place, I would imagine.
Sorry I asked.
I mean, that's a guess. If we're only in town for a day or something, he wants to spend some time with her. That's just the two of them.
I got it. I got it.
I'm not insinuating anything.
You know, they could probably, like, knowing them, they're probably just reading books. Like, your night together and their night together are probably vastly different.
I guarantee you they are.
And
You're
like,
the one getting thoughts in your head. I'm just explaining what they're probably doing.
Because I've been stuck with you for however many months, and now my brain is just automatically in the gutter. I didn't used to be this way, I promise you that.
you've been that way as long as I've known you.
And I've been with
Guilty.
him for months before that happened.
All I'm saying is they have probably very different incentives to spending the night alone together. Like they probably are genuinely researching something and just forgot.
Right.
I mean, you seem to need comfort for the idea that they're boning, so
Oh,
like-
come on! Oh, no, that visual's stuck there.
well, if that's how you want to picture Castian, that's on your own.
I don't! That's the... Stop talking about it! Stop talking about it! Stop
You
saying
made
it.
this worse
No,
than it had
no,
to be.
No, I made
What's wrong with
everything...
you?
I made everything worse than it had to be. Okay, but he better be at the next one.
Considering you didn't,
You know, that's hurtful if this is payback for me missing out on the last one.
Ratan, I'm sure it's no payback.
Yeah.
Yeah, for both of them anyway. Never said what kind of book they'd be reading or what they'd be researching.
Oh, Lynn, enough!
And he goes and hops off into a corner and bundles himself up in a blanket.
Well, maybe best case scenario. Someone else will be with us next time we're here, right?
Best case scenario, a few more people.
Yeah.
He kind of like leans back, like finds a pile of pillows and kind of leans back.
We both just did it at the
Yeah.
exact same time.
Yo, that heart to heart, man.
Yeah. Suddenly they're in sync.
Mm-hmm. And he's like
Yeah, I'm
kind
not-
of just softly chuckling before said, maybe my parents' house next time.
Well, yeah. Could be. Best case scenario.
I still think we should have had people feeding us grapes.
What?
No, no.
What? Never mind.
And yes, you all get the benefits of a long rest. They have a very, very lovely evening, both parties. Your father brings down what can only be explained as what was ever in the fridge for breakfast. So there's like leftovers from last night, and there's like the heels of the bread that have been toasted lightly. There's like a couple of eggs, a couple of sausages. It's just like a throw together breakfast for you all, and like tea or coffee. And there is a pot of each, and a small jug of milk, and a small thing of sugar. That he just like he does that thing where he knocks on the edge of the frame for the stairs. It's like, well, good morning, wakey wakey.
I'm up.
No, it's breakfast. Relax.
I am up.
Face first in a pillow. I'm not.
Well, you missed out on the coffee then. That's on you.
I'm up.
It's good coffee.
It's not
She
good
goes
coffee, don't lie
upstairs,
to
and
him.
this is, again, I feel like this is another incident where it's like when he saw Later without shoes for the first time. You see Rattan go up the stairs with no socks on.
Your dad brought the tray of food down to you, but if you want to walk past him...
Oh, I thought, never mind. Then yeah. But yeah, she gets up and she walks across the room, no socks on. Picks up the tray. Thanks, Dad.
You're welcome.
Do you need me to pick anything up for you before I go?
Don't think so. I'm home. I'm capable of doing my own shopping and whatnot. It gives me an excuse to leave the house. Well, and he sort of like pats the frame. He does that like that awkward like, I'm a dad and I'm leaving. And you hear him traipse back upstairs and head into the lounge, and then you hear the clattering of his own.
I just walk over toward Rex and I just shove a sausage in his mouth.
Not quite grapes, but okay.
Oh, go with that.
Beggars can't be choosers. Put some stuff out by over where Lynn is.
Where you think Lynn is? There's
Yeah,
a
where I think
pile
he
of
is.
something.
Yeah. Lynn?
No!
Okay. And she just puts it. It was more like, you are under there, and then she puts it down. Food outside your blanket.
No, it's cold!
Your loss.
You hear some shuffling around, and then you see like the poke of his back foot, and then like the poke of his ear, and then his hand finally just out from the blanket, just the hand, and then like patting around, trying to find it.
And she stays there for a little bit, just like watching this happen, and then she toes the tray in the direction of his hand.
And he just puts his hand like flat in a bit of bread, and then just closes it and grabs whatever he can grab, and just disappears into the blankets. Even by the time you finish your breakfast, Cassian still isn't there.
Rattan's doing that thing where she keeps glancing at the doorway again.
Rex watches it happen a few times. We might have to go and find him. He very well could have literally fallen asleep with his face in a book.
That's entirely possible.
Or, you know, he could have gone for a bath or something.
Oh, I promised you a spa.
Fuck yeah, you did!
He went without us. I'm gonna be a little upset.
I mean, I don't know when you guys were planning to leave, but...
I'm not even entirely sure about any time frame that we currently have, apparently.
Okay. Don't know why I asked.
I thought it was going to be a couple weeks to get where we're going, but Cassian
Yeah, I
seems to
don't...
think
What
otherwise.
the heck is the week? I mean, yeah, having the horse and cart is going to speed things along, but I didn't think it was going to be that drastic.
Maybe he was referencing the gift that you dropped on West, you know? The gift that you dropped in the West.
Yeah, and he makes like a flapping. I think, yeah, that's what he's
Oh!
coming back to do, but I thought we were gonna be further
So
out
is
than
he-
that in a week.
Is he not?
I don't know, they just said it would be here in a week, whether or not he's coming back.
Okay,
Why don't we ask him when we find him?
we're gonna have to because now I'm confused.
Maybe they'll just, like, put it on a big ice cube or something,
I
and
don't
just,
think that's how that works.
like, just freeze it.
Well, I'd advise putting it on another airship. All right. I'm gonna go get washed up.
Yeah, your dad has a bath.
That she says that out loud. I'm gonna go get washed up. And then we'll figure out what we're gonna do from there.
Okay.
Lynn, the plate's on your. Actually, I don't know which way you're facing. It's out there. And she's gonna head upstairs and try to. I mean, she remembers where the bathroom is. It's not a big house. She knows where it is.
Yep.
She goes
And
and
just
gets
got
cleaned
home
up.
from your parents' room.
Puts her uniform back on. Actually, wait. So she comes back downstairs. Like, she goes upstairs. She showers, and she comes back downstairs in, like, her normal
Bathes.
outfit that you... Huh?
Your dad doesn't have a shower, he has a bath.
Sorry, I don't know why I said shower. She goes upstairs, she takes a bath, comes back downstairs in her usual getup that you've seen her in, just the plain shirt and the plain pants. Hey, Brax, you have the closet still, yes?
Can I use that here? I know he said no magic.
Checks to make sure that he's not, like, peeking down the stairs.
You hear him rustling a newspaper in the lounge.
Just do it really quick.
It's probably about this time that you hear the knock on the front door. Your dad puts the papers down, folds it up, gets up, and you hear, like, the feet across the hallway and opening the door. Cassian has finally arrived. With Luna.
Rattan, like, quick grabs one of her outfits out of the closet and runs back to the washroom to change quick.
So, Cassian, you see Rattan running up the stairs at the end of the hall, like, coming up and then still going up further, clutching clothes with her hair in a towel, just running up the stairs. You're muted.
Okay.
It is chaos in this house.
Oh.
Standard
Good morning.
right?
Good morning.
Are Urtan and Rex and Lynn ready?
I'm not sure if I would use the word ready, but they're awake.
Okay. Tell them we'll meet them at the spot then.
Okay. I'll let them know.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Oh, hello.
And so, Rattan, you're upstairs changing in the washroom. Finn goes downstairs to Rex and Lynn.
Because he didn't see her.
He's like, first of all, does Rex fold the wardrobe up straight away?
Like, he grabs the clothes out. He doesn't even put the ones he's wearing into it. It's literally grab clothes again. Like,
so it's that
And then-
thing where it's that thing when you know that your parents are coming, so you hide your Game Boy under the pillow. It's basically
except
how
his goes into his pocket. Like,
It's basically how you catch these little, like, I've been told to let you know that Cassian and Luna will meet you at the bathhouse.
perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome. For the record, I am not your parent. You don't have to hide things from me. And he walks back upstairs.
Rex looks over at Lynn like,
And Lynn is just laughing in a pile of pillows. You get suited and booted. Tan gets dressed.
So yeah, she comes back downstairs, and she's no more towel on her head. Her hair is just kind of like hanging over one shoulder, still a little bit damp, and she's dressed a little differently than you're used to. She is wearing a kind of flowy, loose-sleeved white blouse that has a tasteful neckline on it, and she has a black, almost like corset-style bodice that goes over it that goes down into a ruffled skirt that goes to about mid-thigh. She's still wearing black, like, you know her, she wouldn't be wearing tights. They're probably fitted breeches with her thigh-high boots with a slight heel on them. She kind of come downstairs. Okay. She's got her other clothes, like, still, like, she's kind of, like, folding them over while she's coming down the stairs.
So, your dad says Cassian's gonna meet us at the bathhouses.
Son of a... That's literally her reaction. I knew it. I knew it. I just get cleaned twice. It's not the end of the world. Is this okay?
Yeah? Is there...
Lynn kind of looks between you and then Rax and then you and then Rax is like, did I miss something when I was asleep?
No.
Okay.
Actually... You look great. Is there a specific reason you're dressing like this right now? I was expecting your usual clothes you wear around here, and he just like makes a general motion for like the city.
Maybe I just wanted to try something different.
Give your dad an existential crisis. Change your clothes.
I'm just gonna, and she starts like pulling her uniform out of her bag. I'm just gonna, never mind.
I never said it was a bad thing. I'm just saying it's... Next you'll be cutting your hair.
Absolutely not.
Alright, we're not quite at crisis yet. And he hops up the stairs.
As he goes up, Rax does say a little bit quieter, "No, I'm serious. You look great. I was just curious if there was a reason behind it. Feeling like it is an entirely perfect reason for it."
I think my dad was right. That he said I haven't been here out of uniform in a long time, and oh, maybe it's time I just try a day being me and not my job. I don't know if I'll get in trouble for it. Kind of, to a degree, don't really care. You see her fish out her lapel pin that she normally wears on her jacket, and she fastens it onto like the top of her bodice. But we can go when you're ready.
Rex looks upstairs to see if Lynn's on his way back down.
Nope, he's just hanging out at the top of the stairs. Hopping back and forth impatiently.
which you can probably hear on the floorboards.
Oh, so we're below as opposed to. I thought he
Yes.
went up to like up here. Okay.
No. There's Ratan's bedroom, the main floor where the lounge, dining room, and all that is, and then the top floor where the room with the bath and also the parents' bedroom is.
Got it. All right. I was location screwy,
Yeah.
but he'll.
Location is better than time.
Well, he's still not entirely good on that either. So, but he'll motion, like make a motion of after you.
Yeah. And she heads up to the main living area.
The main floor.
Mhm.
Leaving the entire chaos that is the slumber party bedroom behind you. You head upstairs, your dad's back in his chair with his newspaper and his coffee. He's flicking through the pages, flicking through the daily, as it were. Doggos. Bark, bark, bark,
She's
bark, bark,
popping
bark.
off right now.
Yeah, could hear it for a second there.
Pardon me.
Oh, well, that's because I had to mute. She's doing it the entire time. And then she comes upstairs, realizes that she didn't pick up the pillow fight.
Work!
One job. One job. Just the one. Okay, someone's coming downstairs to get her. Yeah, I should probably go clean that up.
I'll help. He'll head down behind you to help.
You hear Lynn just going, leave it. God, like, really?
I'm not making my dad pick up.
We have people waiting for us. I'm sure you'll understand. And then, because Lynn is yelling at you, you hear the fold of the paper again. And then, like, it's kind of like the low chuckle of, like, he's been listening the whole time.
Mhm.
It's fine. Go be with your friends.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure.
Okay. I'll swing by before we leave.
Okay. Well, enjoy your spa day.
I'd ask if you want to come with, but I think
I'm
we
fine, thank you.
probably, yeah. Let's go, guys.
You hop your way. Well, Lynn hops his way. You guys walk your way out the front door and start making your way through the late morning streets, in the residential area. And like, there's a lot of hungover faces. There's a lot of mess from the night before. Like, it's almost as if there was like a New Year party and it's like the day after. And it's gonna take you a little bit to get there. Cassian and Luna get there first. Cassian, when you arrive to the bathhouse after a lovely evening, night and morning, a wonderful breakfast, you see a familiar face in the street on your way to the bathhouse. Dressed in their usual attire, rather than the uniform they had on yesterday. With their long flowing hair sort of tucked back and braided, they're in work mode, but they're wearing their standard attire, and she sees you coming. Huh. Well, I had assumed I'd see all of you this morning, but I guess this is a start.
Oh, good morning.
Good morning, Cassian, Luna. And Luna gives like a respectful head bob. I hope we're not interrupting.
No, we're gonna wait outside here for Ratan and the others to show up.
Big plans for the day?
Well, I have a feeling that the plans might be changing.
In the courtyard at midday, there will be a cart and horses as requested for your venture. Don't be late.
Order at midday. Thank you. How are you
Preferably
doing?
early. I'm working.
So as good as you can be.
Better than ever. Unlike some people, I actually enjoy my job.
See no problem with that.
Oh, if you'll excuse me.
Would you like me to send a message along to Rattan or the others, or just courtyard be there early?
Make sure they get the message however you please.
Yeah, we'll definitely
Luna,
get a
your
message.
Luna, your presence has been requested by Alverdine at your earliest convenience. So if you show up at midday or early, preferably, please make your way to the throne room. And she gives like a nod. And Solaris takes up her posture, does her salute, and marches past you and deeper into the district, and then you see her turning towards where the castle, the main street to the castle is. Rex and Rattan weren't that far behind, so you're going to catch the tail end of Solaris walking up Main Street, but you're not going to bump into her. But with your awareness of her and her presence, you even with a low passive, you're aware of her. And then not long after, you find your way to Cassian and Luna, who are standing outside the bathhouse. Provided they stay outside the bathhouse. That's up to you, Cassian.
Oh wait,
You'll wait.
yeah, they're not too far behind.
Yeah, not that far behind.
Yeah, that's fine.
Morning.
Good to see you not running up the stairs in a towel.
You will speak of that to no one.
I'm sorry, everyone did not hear what I just said.
I will pretend I never saw it. And that's Luna.
Thank you.
Solaris was here waiting for us. She
Okay.
They said that there's gonna be a horse and carriage for us in the courtyard mid-afternoon, but show up early preferably.
Rattan's calculating in her head what early for Solaris used to mean.
At least an hour.
Yeah. She's like, okay, like normally, like early is like get there like 20 minutes before. No, Solaris, it was always more than that. Oh. Well, and what time is it roughly now? I know you said it was late morning.
Yeah, but like late morning, we're talking like 10, 10:15 in the morning.
Okay. Okay, so we pretty much have to wash up here and start heading over.
So quick massage.
Yeah, we probably have time for that.
Like 30-minute one.
I told my dad that I would stop by before I left, and if we're gonna be leaving straight when we get there, I think I'd rather go say my goodbyes now.
Sure.
I don't want to come back and fall on bad habits again.
That's entirely up to you. I, for one, am going to go enjoy a massage and a bath. And Lynn's like, I am so ready for this.
Yeah, Rattan just kind of like ushers Rax and Linda, just like, no, like, go on, go on.
We will see you in the courtyard then.
I'll meet you guys there. She turns and heads right back home.
Now, gentlemen, what exactly do you intend to do on your spa morning?
Well, we don't have that long, so basically what Cassian was saying is like halftime massage and then quick little bit in the bath, and that's it. That's all we got time for.
Yeah. Quick massage. Rinse. Dip.
Okay.
Try to be timely here.
Mm-hmm.
Lynn does whatever everyone else is doing because he doesn't really know what he's doing. So he's like, a bath and a massage and like a fur wash. I guess I can do that in the bath. Is that how these work?
I think so.
Usually I just jump in a lake and roll around a bit, but
Well, maybe do like a rinse off after the massage so you can get all the oils off of you.
oh, I'm gonna be like sticky.
For a little bit.
Yeah, probably.
Okay, well, I'm gonna follow your lead. And hopefully, smell better than I was on the boat. Get my fluff back to normal.
No fluff on.
And you enjoy a very, very relaxing, peaceful, calm experience. Deep massages, like proper, like almost putting you back to sleep, kind of like getting in all the nooks and crannies and cracking you all out and getting all those knots out your backs, like the whole shebang, the whole works. They even like get your legs and everything as well, like it's the full body shindig.
Oh, hell yeah.
Luna doesn't get a massage, but she does get she goes and gets like a proper like hair treatment, just like hair, nails, that kind of like beauty before you all take your bath, get clean, and march your way up to the castle courtyard, led by Luna, who has to lead you because Rattan's not there. But she's
Yes.
not. She has to go that way anyway. And she does hook her arm into yours the whole walk, Cassian. And she seems to be in good spirits, if a little tired. Considering how early she got up today. Uh-huh. Rattan, you say your goodbyes to your dad. Which we can do privately. Because you'll have a significant amount of time to do it. And I don't want to have to cram it into like a 5-minute solo RP piece for you, so we will do that. And you will meet in the courtyard of Student Castle. There's Solaris and a bunch of other just low-ranking officers are prepping this cart for travel, and you see 2 beautiful, dark Clydesdale draft horses, with tail and mane braided, already with bridle and leading sorry, cartware. They've already been strapped to the vehicle, basically. And this cart is simple yet sturdy. It's a strong-looking wooden cart with like fully roofed, like it's a closed end, so there's doors to keep you inside, like passenger cart with very, very little markings to resemble where it's from. On the back is an attached like trunk, basically, where you see them loading feed for they give you up to 4 weeks worth of feed. And basically, like anything, there's like a repair kit in there for the car itself. Like if you lose a wheel or whatever, you can tack it back on. Because Rattan is proficient, she would already know the sort of stuff that they would load into the ass end of the wagon. You see the most prominent things that make you stick out as a wagon from Mernalak is the fact that all of the bridles and bits, as well as the actual post that the horses are pulling, is all marked with the symbolism of the city. So there's like small like I want to say almost like badges on where the bits are on the mouths on either side, and then like all of the metal like connectors on the bridle itself, all of the like buttons and things are marked and stamped with Mernalak's symbol. Inside the carriage, which is like sort of like a stained grey wood, the carriage itself, inside is very plush. You've got like very comfortable like cushioned seats facing each other that would fit about up to 6 people at a push, like comfortably, but at a push, you know, like with a few of you that are going, it's going to be more than enough space, especially like if you want to chuck all your shit in there as well. But there are overhead, like there's like almost like a rope that goes the entire length of the roof section that you can put like overhead luggage in. The arches where would normally be left without glass have windows in them, so it is fully contained and safe from the elements, if you will. And it's got like a little carpeted area in the center that is the colors of your city. But for the most part, like, it's a very beautiful, considering the outside is just a stained grey carriage, you know, but inside it's like plush and comfy and warm.
We can't be ostentatious on the outside, but we'll do it
so
on the inside.
yeah. There is a sliding, like almost sliding window between the exterior where Rattan's going to be sitting basically, and the internal, so that if you needed to communicate each other, you don't have to like stop and get out and go and talk and blah blah blah. But that's the only real immediate communication between whoever is leading the cart and whoever's on the inside. There is sort of like an overhang cover for whomever would be driving. In this case, it's Rattan. But it's definitely not as protected.
Oh yeah,
as
she
the
knows that
interior.
if it rains at the right angle, she's just fucked.
Yeah, yep. But like,
She knows.
it's very sturdy, very well made passenger cart. With these 2 horses and beautiful beasts. And it's just sort of there, and you can see like the castle guard have seen this sort of thing before, but like the new recruits are all excited and buzzed about being able to help with like the set off on the journey, and they're all like scurrying around and loading it with things, and you know, they're like chucking like a bag of rations and they're like tucking it up into the roof section, and then you can see that they're deliberately trying to help with the interior stuff so that they can see the interior, you know, and they're taking way too long to put it up there when they started.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, one
she
of
did
them
the
like
same shit once upon a
one
time.
of them falls so they can sit on the seat, like you know, like it's that sort of like level of like, oh my god, you know.
Is it safe to assume that Rattan might be the first one there, considering...
You're probably, like, not far apart.
Okay.
But,
Either way, she's just kind of standing there. She's in her armor at this point because we are leaving.
Mm-hmm.
And she's just standing there, very casual, arms crossed pose, watching everything happen, and she is pointedly ignoring all of the shenanigans of the new recruits, because it's just like, come on, just like... Normally, she would probably be like, all right, like, quit, you know, grab assing around and get your job done. But she's like, you know, just fuck it, whatever.
Mm-hmm. And Solaris is the one mainly tending to the horses, but she's always been very gentle with that kind of thing. And she's making sure, like, their braids are set properly and that there's nothing pinching or rubbing and everything's secured. And also talking very quietly to the horses. Just almost as if comforting them, as if they're her own children or recruits, or like, you know, she cares for them. Yeah. And then she sees like the fucking around and she's like, hey, enough. And they're like, sorry. And they're like scurry away.
Rattan can't help but chuckle because again, she was them once upon a time.
Yeah. And you see like probably second, like the level before, like below you, and then the level below that,
Right.
you see like someone you've never met, but you know by the symbol on their uniform that they're in charge for the day for that level, and they're like, okay, now head out, make sure the main street's clear, we have to get this cart through with no more casualties, start gathering people up, you know, they're like sending out the forces to clear the street.
Right. Okay.
And that's who Solaris has put in charge to handle that for the day.
Okay.
It's not necessarily, she's trying to make it like not high profile.
Right, but at the same time, make sure that none of the townsfolk get hurt because we're hurtling down the street in a fucking cart.
Yes.
Rutan gets it.
Yep.
And like that was her as well. She's probably had to do that as well.
Yeah.
Way more than once.
And it's very much like the entire in-city group for the day is basically lining and dividing the whole length of Main Street. Which, of course, prompts like stricter pass checks and all that sort of stuff. And...
Right, the fun stuff.
Yeah. But you all eventually find your way to the courtyard, unless there's something you wish to speak to Solaris about first. You see beautifully groomed Rex, Cassian, Luna, and Lynn. Lynn is like... think of like... Well, no, I was gonna say, think of like hairdressing commercials. Where it's like...
He's got volume.
Yeah, he's like beautiful and it's all like gently rippling in the wind and just like he looks gorgeous.
Oh yeah, Rutan's definitely jealous of, not getting, the spa bath, but, priorities.
They make their way up to you.
And she definitely, like, turns and, like, acknowledges you guys, but you can see that her focus is on what is happening to this carriage. And she's being very mindful of where things are being put and who is touching what. Did you have a good time?
Definitely.
Like Lynn is... Sorry, go.
No, I was just saying definitely.
Yeah, Lynn is just like very enthusiastically nodding.
Sorry, it couldn't be longer.
That's alright, we're coming back.
Yes, we are.
I'm excited. And we get them to use like chamomile and lemon next time. Be all like citrusy and shit.
If that's what you prefer, I'm sure they can make it happen.
Well, lavender's not really my jam. Like, it's too... I don't know, like, perfumey. Like, I smell like a woman. And, like...
The eyebrow raise.
Like, there's nothing wrong with that, but, like, I don't want to smell like... Grandma.
That's fair.
I want to smell like a field and fruit.
Totally understand that.
No, it's just like my natural, how I normally smell.
Okay, well... They're making sure that there's not going to be anybody in our way, so hopefully we'll be able to just get out without any incident.
How long has it been since you've done this?
Done what?
This, and he gestures at the cart.
Driven one, or dealt with...
Driven one. General? Well, both, but... That is not filling me with confidence.
I've been gone for over, probably a couple years ago.
You like riding a bike? Are you gonna be good?
Fuck is a bike?
Is that a Feywild thing?
Rutan's like, we haven't gotten there yet. They're still playing the game where you, like, roll the wheel down the street with the stick, and you're talking about bikes.
What are you talking about? They just had an airship.
Yeah, bikes are probably, like, a very, like... They're definitely a thing in some places, but it's very, very rare and very, very expensive.
Right. Okay. So bikes are a thing. Got it.
Yeah, I'll say bike sort of thing.
Okay. She's gonna regret
Sorry to
that.
create
but-
a slight ripple.
Well, no, because
Oh
I'm
no,
thinking.
I can't wait until somebody gets a bike and you have to come up with the mechanics for how fast a bike goes.
I'll figure something. None of you are getting a bike. You're not going to be anywhere where you're getting a bike, so you're fine.
Right? Someone's like, "Fuck this! I'm pissed now."
This is bullshit.
Unless you're
Someone's like-
detouring, then we'll see. But there are no places in the current and future projected quest line that would run you into places that have bikes.
Okay.
And I never said there were traditional bikes either.
That is fair. She's gonna glance over at the group and just, I'm gonna check in with, and she kind of nods in Solaris's direction. Before we go, just make sure that there's nothing else.
Okay.
And then we should be good to be off. And she's gonna march over that way.
She's just kind of like finishing up, doing the final checks. She sees you coming and she gives you like the casual salute.
Mm-hmm. Is there anything else we should know before we leave?
In regards to what?
Just in general?
Watch your back. Don't let the horses get spooked. Don't run too late into the night because they kind of see just because you can. Doesn't mean they can. Stick to the roads. Other than that, take them back in one piece. Preferably.
I'll do my best.
A wagon can be repaired. Horse gone lame is the horse out of work.
I understand. Do we have a projected route for
If you
where we need
follow
to go?
If you follow the main road, it should take you right up there. I mean, there is a straight path, a straight shot. So, you're pretty much set. You might need to go through a couple of places if you really want to take the main road, but there have been roads built that are not as safe, but will take you around the major cities, so you won't have to stop in there. So yeah. I'd say go around the city, because then you have to pay for boarding and make sure nobody
Yeah.
steals for you, and you just stay on the main road. Stay on the main road until you see the walls, or until you see the top of the next city, and then go around it.
For
If
my
you take
reference, that would be Clayom, yes?
no,
Okay.
But if you head straight north off the road after you break through the tree line, you should be golden.
Okay, so main road until the next town.
Well, main road until you break the trees, or if you see the city, whenever you want to cut off, there are two roads. But the one after you break through the tree line is more suited to the cart. It's
Okay.
older.
Okay.
It's like an older trade route. It's not necessarily paved like the main roads are, but it's well traveled by wagons and mercantile trade.
Okay.
But you've never really patrolled this side of it.
Yeah.
So what you would know though from experience and also like reports is that the closer to the ocean you are, the more greenery there is. There's definitely less of the wasteland, if you want to call it like that, because the
Okay.
fighting usually doesn't come out this far.
Right.
So if you're basically going to be on a main road that's taking you out through beautiful world, like beautiful greenery and trees, which is rare to see in the West.
Yeah.
But it is one of the greener areas because the fighting doesn't stretch to the ocean.
Okay.
So, like, you would know, like, a lot of the places, especially the Yita and Uvleton, are more situated in nature than the wastes because
Right.
they're right up against the ocean.
Okay. All right. Any last advice?
Don't die. But that's standard advice. Keep your wits about you. Remember, there are always people who have been affected by the wars on the road, as well as the people who caused them. Pick your
And those
battles
who
carefully.
profit off them.
Exactly.
Noted.
I'd really rather not have a report of finding your carriage when I get tomorrow's report. Or next week's report, or...
In general.
Mhm. Also, if you break the carriage, you're paying for it.
That's fair. Well, thank you for everything.
It's my job.
Still, thank you.
You got 4 weeks worth for the horses, 4 weeks worth for yourselves. Anything you don't use, please return or give to people who are less fortunate than yourself.
Yes, ma'am. Okay.
Oh, and take your destination with an open mind.
What do you mean?
You'll understand when you get there.
Okay.
This is exciting.
Should I be afraid?
No. Well, that depends on what you say and do.
Okay, I'm prepared for the worst.
Alright. Again, thanks. And she holds out her hand.
And she takes it, she shakes it.
I'll be back.
Good. You're on the morning duty when you get home. And she marches off.
You know, it takes backsies on that one.
She just kind of sits there and she's like, I deserve that. I deserve that. That's fair. All right. Shall we?
And then, like, hops into the cart and is getting himself sold.
Is Luna still there?
Luna's still there.
Thoughts on that, Zoe?
If you'd like to.
Hell yeah.
That's adorable. Please explain what happens.
Y'all know that like World War II like scene, like the kiss before they go on the
The VE day
yeah.
or V.
yeah, that happens.
Like the picture of the sailor kissing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's adorable.
Oh yeah.
And
That
she
happens.
lets it happen willingly. And when she's pulled back up, her face is bright red, and she just laughs and straightens herself out and pushes like her hair behind her ear and then like scurries off into the castle.
And I'll hop on into the back of the
As
the
you
wagon.
start walking toward the carriage, Rutana's giving you that very pointed. It's not even scolding. It's like, I see you.
Yes.
Good
and
job.
then-
Like that's it's like I see what you're doing. Maybe she's a little surprised. Maybe she didn't think you had it in you.
And I'll sit on like the back of the car, like you know, like how when you like sit.
Oh no, it's like a full-on carriage.
Yeah, is it closed off in the back completely?
It's like an internal like royal passenger
stagecoach.
carriage.
Got it.
Yeah.
Ish.
Got it. Then I'll just hop in.
I mean, you could sit on the roof if you want, or on the back of the, like, on the trunk that's on the back if you really want.
Or you could
Sure.
sit next to me.
I want to sit on the back and just like kind of watch everything like as we go.
So are you on the roof or on the trunk?
What's more feasible?
Either. There's like railings on the top, so you can easily hold on.
Well, then I'll do that for sure.
So Cassian perches up on the roof.
Rattan makes sure that the trunk on the back is like secure and that everything that needs to be in it is in it. You know, she gives it
Yeah.
like the good like jostle to make sure that it's secure.
Yeah.
Probably shakes the carriage a little bit as she's doing it.
Just a little. Just like, it's like when you slam the boot of a car.
Yep, like just enough that it's like, oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
That ain't going
And
nowhere.
then, yeah, except she doesn't do the dad pat of, that ain't going anywhere.
Oh, no.
She's not at that point yet. She's not at that point in her life yet. Yet. Give her another 2 decades.
Yeah, that's a good buy.
That ain't going anywhere. Yep, that's in there real good. Yeah. And then she turns around and just gives the salute to all of the soldiers that are still present there.
Mm-hmm. Which they
Respectfully. And then she hops into the front of the carriage, and we're gonna try to fucking go.
So, I am gonna need to make you make a check.
Okay.
Just for the first time using a vehicle.
The land vehicle?
Yeah.
What stat am I rolling it with?
For this one, we're gonna go with your just general dexterity for now, because it's the case of like flicking, getting them going,
Okay.
picking up the reins, and facing the right direction.
Okay. It makes it a little bit lower, but that's okay. Fern's like, oh my fuck.
This is gonna be embarrassing.
I'm fucking waiting for it to be. I'm so fucking scared, man.
You got this.
I'm turning on all of my shit again too. Now that
You
I
can
have my
GM
arms
roll it
back.
if you want.
No, don't do that.
No. As much as I want to be a chicken shit, you know, I make fun of everybody else for their roles. I gotta be in on there too. Come on, please. Just let me have like one easy thing in this sea of tribulations that I am in right now. Please.
It's enough. It's not pretty.
I watched it tip off a natural 20.
It's
I'm
not-
looking at it too.
Entirely the best takeoff, but it's definitely not the worst. It's not
Okay,
like
I'll take that.
it's not like kid learning to drive, but it's definitely there's rust there. You know,
Yeah.
so you're a little bit harsher than you intend to
Yeah,
be.
she's like, oh
You-
shit,
you
okay.
get, like it's more of like a jump start than it is like a gradual takeoff. But you know, you get going, you get rolling, and you get rolling down the streets and out of your city for yet another adventure. And you do have to go the full length of Main Street to get out, because there is only one main gate that the carriage can fit
Right.
through. So you're, you know, out of the castle walls and then out of the military walls through the residential district, and you see like there's kids in that have been stopped at the sides that are waving, and you know they're excited to see like a carriage going through, and because it doesn't happen very often, especially not from the castle. So like everyone's like excited and like you know, there's kids that are like laughing and going, oh look, you know, the horses, and you know they're really excited. And then you go through like the merchant district, and there are merchants who are pissed that they can't cross the street with their goods, and you know, but like general positive, general positive, saying goodbye from your city. All of the soldiers, almost like Mexican wave style, are saluting as it's going past, because it's you who is leading it. Like if it was anyone else up front, they would just be doing their job, but because it's you, they're full saluting as you're going past. Right the way out the gates onto the main paved roads. easy enough for you to set foot. First of all, you head sort of northwest, kind of following the road up.
Being out of the city and not having everybody staring at me is making this easier now.
Oh yeah, and the fact that it's just like straight road and like there's like grassland, sort of like this almost overgrown in through the cracks of like the cobbled sort of paving that has been placed down here, but it's been here for so long, like it's weathered by the elements. There's moss growing, there's bushes and trees, there's the overhang, which like Cassian, sometimes you have to like duck out of the way of a couple of them, but it's not like overly intrusive, and it's, for someone who hasn't traveled this way in a very, very long time, it's nice to see something other than the wastelands that you're used to. Like, where you're used to just, like, mud and dubs and rocks and just the signs of the earth being churned by war. You're seeing, like, flowers and overgrown grass and trees and bushes and nature. And although it's not quite like the East where you see, like, deers flitting around and stuff, there are, like, the odd squirrel here and there, and, like, there's definitely like the chirps of birds overhead, and there's at one point, Cassian, that you spot like a falcon that's flying over searching for its prey. Like it's beautiful, and it's a beautiful like clear blue sky. There's like the faint warmth of like spring slowly turning into summer, and it's oddly relaxing. Just having this privacy, but also the comfort for travel. And it's also nice to not be teleporting for the first time in a long time. Like, you're actually experiencing travel again. And you're not on an airship or being yeeted through some portal or void or wherever you get yeeted through when you teleport. And you travel like this for as long as you want to go on for, until...
I follow instructions.
Are you stopping for lunch at any point? Or like late lunch, early dinner, or...
When it gets to about that point, because she knows the Cassian's on top of the carriage, she reaches behind her and slides the thing open.
It's been open the whole
she
time.
Can... Oh, okay, you already had it open? So then she'll just kind of like over her shoulder and loud enough that she can be heard over the carriage.
Mm-hmm.
Do you guys want to stop for lunch, or do you just want to keep going?
Rax like hits the roof. Kathy, do you want to stop?
I'm up for either. Do you need a break from driving?
I can keep going.
Can you eat and go, or do you want someone to take over while you eat?
If it's rations, I can probably manage one-handed. I've done that before.
Up to you. I say let's keep going.
Okay, so then she does. And yeah, she'll literally just be like, she has like a ration bar that she just keeps like...
like jerky.
Uh-huh.
I'm just gonna like, I'll lay on the car top, and I'll use
Cassie's getting a tan.
I'll use my mage hand to hold the jerky in place to help.
Leaning down over the front of the carriage, just, yeah, I got you. But yeah, I will go until when I was instructed, which, don't drive too far in the dark.
Well, I mean, are any of you wanting to make any kind of check to see if you're alright, or are you just gonna let shit happen?
While I'm up here, I would like to keep an eye out for anything that's
okay.
figure
how
being
visible everything is from the inside.
Yeah, the
Figure being
inside you'd be at disadvantage and you'd have like a much higher DC.
Yeah.
But Lynn is also sleeping on his back on one side, because like he has an entire sofa to himself, so he's just like full on like sprawling, like full on asleep.
Yeah.
For most of the journey. He hears the word lunch and perks up.
But yeah, I'll make a perception check from on top of the carriage.
Yep.
Seventeen.
So most of what you're seeing is just, you're seeing like birds overhead, you're seeing like you're picking out just from your own general knowledge like certain like I don't want to say landmarks, but you're like, oh, like there was this weird shaped rock here that kind of looked like I don't know, it looked like a bear. And like initially you're like bear, and then you're like, no, rock that looks like a bear. And then you see like trees that have fallen over just from nature taking its course and that have been overgrown, but nothing, for at least today, catches your eyes that is dangerous. You find on the road, Rattan, there are like designated camp spots that were either put there after the roads were constructed for when more public came, or have just been there for as long as the roads have been there. But there's definitely like little and you notice that like every hour, give or take, along the stretch of road where you see like a small clearing off to either the left or right, and you see a wooden post with a circular sign that has what looks like a tent on it, just as a universal sign of this is a campground. And there's like a bench with like a picnic bench with the table and the, you know, like it's basically like a campground on a road trip.
It's a rest stop.
Yeah. And you're seeing them like every hour or so along in various levels of wear and tear and various levels of space. Like there are very few that would have space for the size of your cart. But you find one towards sunset where the skies are sort of turning darker. The light isn't gone yet, but it's definitely going, and you know like it's gonna go fast from here on, and you're kind of like hurrying the horses a bit. You've like been taking periodic breaks for their sake, but not to the point like anyone's gone out. But if Cassian wanted to get into the cart, he could, and you know, they get a drink of water.
And she knows
that
that if she would
stuff.
try to go an extra hour to the next campsite, we'd be well in dark.
Yeah, you'd be fucked. And you stop and you can set up a camp and let the horses graze, and you're proficient enough to know how to untack
hobble
them
horses and untack and all of that.
Yeah, you're proficient enough for that sort of stuff.
Sets them up with their feed for the night.
Yeah, that's like gives them their safety rope, all that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
It's definitely
scritches.
They appreciate it. And it's definitely not pillow fort levels of comfort, but you know, you have your tent. You have the carriage if you really want to sleep in there. Fern looks like he's gonna say something.
Can I do a dome inside the tent?
Inside the tent?
Yeah.
Yes. You've done it before.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Well, you've done the tent inside the dome, actually, more specifically.
Tent inside the dome, yeah.
But tent and dome has happened before, and it's fine.
Yeah, I'll do that. It's just like an extra layer of protection.
Mr.
Jokas.
Watch.
Does anyone need to send out a message today, or we're good?
I'm gonna need to send a message today. Abdi's here.
All right, that works for me. I'm gonna go to sleep. I'll take last watch.
Take second.
That means I have to get up in the middle of my nap. Fine.
Good night.
Good night. You all find your relative corners. Please roll me the checks for your...
It's a straight perception, yeah. 19. Oh, shit.
Always.
The classic pose. Cut off.
The like, oh, shit. Seek. Très magnifique.
Had some very
Yeah.
purple lit face for a second there.
Oh yeah, because I'm sitting in front of my work computer, and
Yeah.
like every so often, like when I move, the mouse will like move a bit, so then the screen lights up, and then it'll like shut down again.
Mm-hmm.
It is a pain in the booty. So I just turned like blue screen, actual blue screen. Oh.
I just have a small fuzzball who has claimed most of my blanket.
The best kind of fuzzball.
Mm-hmm. Blanket stealing kind.
Can't wait to see what our destination is. In the chaos.
I wonder if there's another tree that Rax is gonna piss off by throwing rocks at.
Let's believe. Better not.
He does not
man.
have the chaotic voice on his shoulder currently, so.
I know. I'm surprised you didn't do your ritual cast in
I
the
was
cart.
debating it for like the start of the rest we were gonna do, but
All right. I wander back into my area of the dome.
Mhm.
And I gently shake Rax's boot.
Hmm.
And you wake up and she's kind of like squatting at your feet with her hands laced between her knees. I think we're being watched.
by
I don't know.
from
I don't know. I felt it above me, watching. It was very uncomfortable.
okay.
I couldn't see anything, but just keep an eye out.
Keep an eye out. Got it.
Could be our fun new puppet master friend. Could be Saran, could be a lot of people.
Okay. Got it.
She's gonna walk over to wherever her bedroll is and just promptly like flop down on it, and she falls asleep with her arm over her eyes.
Max, you get up. Are you leaving the dome for your watch?
Probably no. Because he's like, I don't want to go out there if we're being watched.
Okay, please roll me your check.
Okay.
Okay, so your watch is relatively peaceful. You stay inside the dome, but you do hear, the sound of like predators hunting, as nature is wont to do, and you hear, like the horses sort of scruffing around, occasionally taking drinks or food from what they've been given for the night.
Mm-hmm.
And you have a relatively peaceful night. You don't get the same impression that you feel like you were being watched. You don't know whether or not it's the dome's intervention or not, but you don't get that feeling. And in fact, like, you're comfortable, you're cozy, you're like, you've had a long day on the road, even though you didn't, it's not that you didn't do much, but you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Traveling even as a passenger is still traveling.
Yeah, traveling is exhausting.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, you're pretty chill night sleep. Or night watch, sorry.
Okay. So Rax wakes up Lynn for his watch.
Mhm.
lets him know what Rattan said, that she felt like something was watching her, but Rax will kind of just shrug and say, I didn't, but I also didn't leave. And he like makes a motion at the dome. I
All
don't
right.
know if she did, so.
Well, I'm gonna tell you right now, probably no leaving the dome either, because, like, he just gestures to himself.
Man, I'd be so fucking sad if our bunny was on watch one night in the woods and just an owl swooped down and took him away. Some.
But yeah, he does his watch. He comes over to you, Cassian, and, like, shakes your shoulder. And he's, like, right in your face when you wake up. Hi.
Hello.
Rattan says she feel like she's being watched, but nothing happened to me or Rax, so, like, have fun, I guess. I'm going to bed. Good night. And he hops over to his space and curls up in his pile.
Okay, sure. I'm just gonna. Well, I can't leave the dome because the dome goes down. if I
You
leave.
can't leave the dome.
Rattan literally sounds like a crazy person now.
You know what? We have my long rest isn't completed, so I'll use a chronal shift.
Okay.
We'll get it back into the long rest. Much
Cool.
better.
Ah.
God damn.
Oh, I can probably put a couple of things into my ring.
No.
'Cause
Weird shiver.
was it like your whole spine too with that shiver?
It was more like my whole just like upper body, not just the spine.
Ooh. I'll throw you off.
Yeah, no, it was very much like a I don't like this, man. I don't like it at all. And the problem is like I have to be able to. Yeah, I have to be able to see what I'm dispelling.
Oh, if you're trying to look for like a... Gotcha.
And you all sleep the night away.
Long rest activate.
Yee.
You.
Fern, question. Would Cassian have been willing to refill what is missing in Rattan's ring before bed?
It's definitely fine.
Because I have... All I have in it right now is a counter spell.
What would you like? You have a counter spell.
Let's put...
You get 2 shields or a Misty Step.
Yeah, let's do 2 shields again.
Alright.
I also...
2 shields.
I did it on my sheet, but I was just... Since we're mentioning it right now, Rax would have put a couple of sorcerer spells into it. First levels. Yeah.
Which one specifically?
Hellish Rebuke and a Hex.
Cool.
So add 2 shields.
Yep. Thank you.
No worries.
And then Rattan like promptly gets up and starts getting everything situated and ready to go again, being the only one that knows what to do.
Yeah. Lynn actively helps packing up camp this time.
Thanks, buddy.
Get up,
All
on the road,
days
get going.
together.
You have shitty camp breakfast made of rations.
Yep.
And you have, like, for those of you, Rex and Cassian, who have bought road rations, these are nothing like road rations. These are dried soldier rations. Like, We're talking like jerky and granola bars, basically. Like long life, low
It's the
like.
Nature Valley granola bar that will last through a fucking nuclear bomb, but God forbid it gets lost in the bottom of your bag.
Mm-hmm.
The one that creates more dust than what you actually get in your mouth.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You set out for the day. Everyone in the cart, or
I'm on the roof.
you're on the roof again?
Yeah, I'll just keep an eye out.
Rax would offer to go up there, but if Cassian's already just feeling like being
Sit
on the
next
roof.
to me.
How is
Or
the
on the
seat
back of
next
the
to
cart.
Rattan? Is it as comfortable as the ones inside?
God no, it's
The
like
answer to
it's
that.
basically a wooden plank.
You know the answer to that question.
He looks at the seat itself and then... No.
She literally looks at you and goes, "No, I understand."
You literally like have the full sofa to yourself. You can like prop your like sleeping bag up as like a pillow and just like sprawl for the day. Like
Yeah.
you don't have to do anything. And Lynn does the same on the other side. Like he's like full on like lazy boy, just chilling.
Hey, go for
like
it.
chewing like a bit of grass he picked before he got in there.
Go for it.
If you're keeping an eye, Cassian, you can roll perception.
Yeah, I feel like I'm too focused on not fucking us into a ditch.
Mm-hmm.
Don't do that.
I would prefer not to do that.
16.
Okay.
Oh, come on. It's fucking stressful.
It is.
And the worst part is like Rattan would trust her gut, but at the same time she's been under so much stress where she's like, am I just like fucking paranoid? I don't know anymore.
Yeah, Rax might have gone and like done a little walk around, but as you were like, oh, I felt like something was watching me. Well, I don't want to get fucking attacked. I'm not gonna be responsible for that shit again.
Yeah, that's the thing.
I was saying it to Fern, and I'm like, I'm not gonna throw rocks this time.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
Because I don't have the chaotic voice on my shoulder right now.
Nope. I don't like this. Oh, she's grabbing fucking dice.
Oh boy.
Uh-huh.
Next thing you know, she's gonna come back. Make me a dexterity saving throw.
Uh-huh. Rattan, make me a saving throw to make sure that you maintain control of the cart. Oh, fuck. I've never been the person responsible for the mode of transportation before. This is nerve-wracking.
Yeah, I can see that.
I've never played a character that was proficient in land vehicles, ever. And if I did, they never got to use them, or there was someone else who did.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, I think it was one other character, and it was for a, like, one shot, and I never got to use it.
Were you bummed about it, or?
No.
Okay.
It was, we were playing Ghost of Saltmarsh, so it was more
Cassian, please react.
oh boy.
Oh, fuck!
And you hear Arcana go off behind you, And then Rax and Lynn on the inside hear just the thumping of what sounds like arrows hitting the wood of the cart. As about 6 arrows, 3 per side, slam into the side of it. Cassian, one misses you, and one hits you. And then Rattan,
Yep.
I need to know if... Whoopsie. I need to know if that's not the right map. Hold on. I need to know if 18 hits you.
No.
And 23.
23 does hit me, and I'm not aware of it, so I can't shield.
So you take 11 points of piercing damage as an arrow streaks past you and cuts into you as it goes past. And then I will need everyone to roll initiative when I change the map over.
Fuck.
Boy.
Where does it hit? Like shoulder?
Basically, yeah, it like kind of like grazes across the shoulder and goes past you.
Great.
You should see the map.
I do. Nice! Nice! Good initiatives, guys.
And I need... Oh, shit.
Not bad at all.
I like the carriage.
Thank you!
I like
It
the
was a
horsies.
bitch to find!
I bet.
really good.
Can I go pee really fast?
We're actually going to end it here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, alright.
So roll your initiative and we'll pick up your next session.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Start off
Yeah.
beating some motherfuckers up.
Yeah, because
Fucking assholes.
people have real life things to
Yep.
do.
Very much so. Wah. Oh, that was good.
We were gonna
I'm
get into
gonna-
combat. I was like, ooh, we're getting close to the 4 hour, and I don't know if
Yeah.
I want to be here until like
Yeah.
11.
I'm gonna ask you, do you want them to... You know what? I'm gonna show you first. And then
Yeah.
I'll ask you if you want them in groups. Or if you
Groups
want
are-
them...
oh.
Because I can do it in like 2 groups.
Mhm.
Or if you'd rather them in like small groups or one big group.
How many are you?
Oh.
I think I see 5
For now.
for now.
And Cassian's the only one really aware of where they come from.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would say
Who is
like
this fucking dick over here that shot me?
maybe like a few small groups.
Small groups? You'd rather in small
yeah.
groups? Okay.
Yeah. I think it.
Obviously, it'll make it slightly longer, but if
Yeah.
if you're fine
Yeah.
with that, I will do small groups.
Yeah. I think
Just
that's.
to give us time to act in between.
Yeah.
Okie dokie.
Thank you, Zoe.
That's all right.
Thank you.
Oh. Wonderful.
Thank you all for being here.
Always. Wouldn't miss it. Ever. Fight a grizzly bear.
God damn it, I'm in charge of the fucking cart.
Uh-huh. Yep.
I was telling Sub, I have literally never played a character that was in charge of the mode of transportation before. So
You're
now I have
very
the
lucky.
nerve-wracking job of like, Kraid, they're all shooting at us. Do I stop or do I go?
You're very lucky that half of them missed because they were aiming for the horses.
Oh, I'm sure they were.
And they got the cart.
Uh,
I rolled a lot of ones.
Oh, jeez.
A lot of
take
ones.
that. I'll take that right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Right.
thank you, everyone.
We'll
I
see
will
you.
sort out all of the initiative-related bullshit
Yeah.
later.
Don't forget. Make sure you drink apple juice or your mind will turn into a zombie.
That's... Yes.
Yep.
We
100%.
here at Organized Chaos do not claim to be experts in apple juice or zombie brain.
Well, okay, maybe apple juice.
When you say expert, a fan, for sure.
Right, there's a difference.
Big fan, big fan.
Big fan of apple juice. Whether it be
Oh.
just regular apple juice or apple ciders or hard apple ciders or
Exactly.
most things in between.
With like a good Mott's. Little Mott's apple juice.
That's that good shit.
What is my brain?
I don't know, man.
Apparently,
We
you
stopped
want
asking that a
apple juice.
long time ago.
We did.
Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, good night, guys. I
Good
have to
night.
go to sleep.
Night.
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 All right, so thank you guys all for stopping in. Anybody who did, we'll be back. I'm not sure with this one, but I will be back next weekend on Saturday for Rift Chasers. We're finally back. It's been a month, but we'll be playing early at noon. If I remember to announce it on Twitter, I will. If not, I apologize. Put notifications on if that'll help. Keep an eye out on the Organized Chaos Twitter. It'll be on the next screen, the end scene. But everybody have a great week. Enjoy your Sunday night. We'll see you all next time.